I watched a YouTube video that Treble, or no, the judge one that you put yesterday had so many fucking ads in it.
Oh, see, I have YouTube Premium, so I don't see any ads. But when
I went to watch it, I was gonna watch it on my phone, and it was like ads every 2 minutes.
Never watch anything on your phone without.
No,
premium.
it was
awful.
bad.
When we were playing Fiesta earlier this week, we're playing Final Fantasy V, and I streamed it to Twitch so Treble could grab my footage. And on my Twitch channel, the ads are so intrusive, they shrink my video so they can see the bag of Doritos or whatever. And it was every like 5 or 10 minutes. It was absolutely unreasonable.
Oh my god.
That's disgusting.
It's just not okay.
When I drove to California to move, I played music along the way, and I did sort of a test run of this by just streaming YouTube in my car. And every 3 minutes, like whether it was through a track or not, it would play an ad.
Yeah.
And literally within 30 minutes, I had pulled over to the side of the road and signed up for YouTube. It drove me insane. like that's how they get you.
Spotify or Pandora at least play the ads like in between tracks, not YouTube.
Nope.
YouTube don't give a fuck.
It's like I think I pay $12 a month for YouTube Premium, and it is my primary source of like watching video, so
yeah,
it's probably worth it.
If it's your primary source, yeah, it's worth it.
We have we pay for 9 different streaming services.
I've been using AdBlock forever, and it just stopped working. So I was just like, you know what, it's time.
I use uBlock Origin because they updated it and it still works.
Oh well, when I say AdBlock, generically that is the one that I use.
All right, I need to. Okay, so the stream is correct. I guess I'm not posting bad D&D advice. I guess today I'm posting a plug for the stream.
I mean, I gave you some terrible D&D advice.
Something I do in class is I play YouTube videos. And having a YouTube Premium account is kind of important for that because I've had some videos play with ads, and the ads aren't class appropriate. Like,
no, they're
that
not.
Makes sense.
Yeah, I've had porn show up on YouTube.
You mean your waifu battle gotchas with all the boobas show up in your class?
Yeah. And then my students are like, "Ooh, what's in the professor's search history?" I'm like, I don't have a search history. I turned that off. Like, or I'm not logged in or whatever.
I never see garbage ads like that on YouTube.
It was a long time ago,
okay.
But I did get pornography in my classroom.
I get like Doritos and like Mexican beer.
I get the waifu booba gotchas all over my ads whenever
The weirdest ad I've ever gotten on YouTube was literally a 2-hour video of somebody with an Elmo puppet just screeching.
It sounds great.
What?
That's outsider art.
I'm just sitting there and like it's playing the ad and I'm like, what's going on? What the hell? And I look at the timer, it says 2:08. It says you can skip this video in like 30 seconds or whatever, and then it's like duration 2 hours and like 5 minutes or something. I'm like, what the hell?
No, I've seen a lot of like 40-minute ads from like conservative nonsense podcasts.
Treble, that sounds like
they put up their entire podcast as an ad.
That's what that's what Treble just said, is a Muppet screeching for 40 minutes.
Treble, it sounds like one of those like when YouTube used to do that, are you still listening? And they like a little pop up in the screen. Instead it's just Elmo screaming at you. Like, yeah, I'm still listening, get the Elmo off my screen.
Oh man, Raz.
So I pay for YouTube Premium, but I pay for it on my primary YouTube account. My laptop, I always have signed into my secondary YouTube account, which is the one I'm streaming this conversation to right now on Salute the Flumph. And I very rarely use my laptop for YouTube, but like sometimes I do need to use it, and I have to open up a second window and log in on my other YouTube account. Big pain in the ass. Technology was a mistake.
Technology was a crime.
I thought the YouTube was. I thought it associated YouTube Premium with your email address.
It's a different email address on the second account.
It does, yeah.
My wife and I haven't figured out how to make her YouTube Premium go to me, because a lot of the time I end up watching it. Like, we're sitting together watching something, Like Lead's like, well, if I was signed in, this wouldn't happen. But like, I don't know. I don't know if they have a family sharing thing.
Most of what I watch on YouTube is like just Judge Simpson trials. I watch so much crap on YouTube. Like I can't make the argument that like my primary video experience is superior to anybody else's, whatever trash anybody else is watching, because I'm watching the ultimate trash. But I enjoy it, so I pay for it, and that's the story of my life. I tried to find a copy of Daggerheart when I was out and about this week, but the 2 stores I went into didn't have them. And I didn't think to ask whether it was because they didn't have any in stock or because because Treble had mentioned that his store had several copies but sold out. So I'm wondering which of those things is true.
Yeah, I called and they were like, "Yeah, we had 5 copies. We ordered 5 copies and they sold out."
That's a good sign for them if they're distributing to game stores. Because if they're not distributing to game stores, if they're just selling online, they're not going to be the D&D killer that everybody wants them to be. Because it's like, I don't know about your game store. Mine has like a back room where you go back there and they play games, usually like Warhammer or Magic, but they do D&D tables and stuff. And like, if I'm running a game store and I'm operating 1/3 of my space to people coming in and playing games, I want to make sure I have in stock. Like, if they're playing D&D, I want to have a wall full of D&D stuff for them to buy.
They don't actually buy that stuff. Having hung out a lot at game stores, they mostly make money off the snacks and table fees.
This store, I think, doesn't always have table fees. I think they have like
No, a lot of
free
times
play
they don't.
days
Then they're just
sometimes.
making money off the snacks.
Which is fine. That's great too.
No, I'm not complaining. I'm just saying, like, the way it actually tends to work, just
But
being in a game store every week.
for anybody to like dethrone D&D as like top dog in the space, they're gonna have to find a way to take those tables that are currently being used for D&D. Like that's the space you have to topple. It's not enough to just sell books online and show good sales figures, because you're fighting against the the established brand
Inertia.
in social consciousness of 50 years of selling D&D books. And I hope they can do it. Hand to God, I hope they can do it.
I mean, you're fighting against inertia. People, like...
Wait, did we ever figure out what their new initiative system was?
It's the same,
Oh, it's
just
the same.
Oh,
with a little
just yell
optional
as loud
rule.
as you can, as fast as you can. Okay.
Like, they did two things to kind of address the issue. One, they printed an optional rule that says basically every player gets 3 tokens so that they can have the spotlight, which is a keyword they use in the thing.
Okay, that makes sense. Yeah.
So you get 3 uses of the spotlight per scene.
Yeah.
Until everybody has used all of their tokens, and then you get your token back. And then the other thing they printed was basically just a, hey, just don't.
Yeah. Some groups will be mature enough for that.
Yeah.
The spotlight system, I haven't read the book, so I don't know for sure, but the way that their spotlight system works, where they put 3 tokens on the table and everybody gets to use 3 whatever per scene, doesn't work. I've played games that use a similar system. If it's a similar system, like I said, I haven't read the book, but I remember playing a game called Mouse Guard years ago that has a counter system like that. During the adventure, you earn counters for your character by purposely taking losses or like taking damage or something, or like throwing away rolls, but then you get this resource you can spend, and at a certain point in the game, everybody's sitting around the table with X amount of this resource, and everybody gets to spend as much of that resource as they have. And the problem that tables ran into was like, well, what if a player either has to do more things than other players, or what if a player doesn't have to do as many things as they have resources? And that's where that system's going to break down. You're going to have somebody be like, I have 4 useful things to do in this scene, but I'm only allowed to do 3. Then what?
You got to prioritize and just.
They obviously need to implement some sort of system where you can trade them on credit to other players.
That also causes problems. So you weren't with us. You weren't with us when we played Household, but every combat round of Household, here's how it went. Everybody on the table rolled their dice, and because there's a dice trading mechanic, everybody went, all right, let's see what's on the table. And before we can have our combat round, we have to solve this puzzle of where the dice need to go.
God. Yeah.
That happened constantly because it's the most efficient way to play the game by the rules. So, but I was not curious about Daggerheart at all until they poached the lead designers of D&D. That news tickled me so much.
I haven't read the entire SRD, but what I have read makes Daggerheart sound like they were making because Darrington Press made before they like branched out into actual RPGs, they were making board games.
Yeah.
And Daggerheart really reads to me like a board game that was pivoted part of the way through.
Well,
because what is that board game that's like kind of like D&D-esque, but you have somebody playing like the evil overlord and cards and
there's a bunch of them. There's a bunch of games like that.
Several. Yeah.
But the entire game is based around like fail forward. There's no failure state. You always are advancing the scene in some way. Like but like if you fail, then the DM or the GM gets a resource to spend that they can then use to power monster abilities and stuff like that. It's like it really does just feels like a board game.
Yeah, and those I always think of those things as like being too clever for actual tabletop game mechanics. The rules are getting too clever, and then the players spend time interfacing with the rules and the tokens rather than just role playing.
It sounds like it's just too complicated. Like, I don't want to think. I just want to enjoy the game.
It's not necessarily complicated. Like, Household had a super simple. There was nothing complicated about that dice system. But we spent all our time...
Like, Household... Yeah, Household got way too overcomplicated trying to do combat and stuff. Like, it didn't need to be that.
I am delighted to have the opportunity in the future to play Blades in the Dark with you guys.
Good.
Yeah.
But I still love I love 5th edition D&D more now than I did 10 years ago when it first published. I am having as much or more fun running this game tonight than... Like, the game is just getting better for me with time. It's like old oak, just gets harder with age. So, I'm going to be running this in the foreseeable future, but I would like to get a copy of Daggerheart. I want to see what's going on there. Which is more than I can say for Pathfinder, because I don't know which of the 7 core Pathfinder books I would even need to buy. I'm so confuddled. Speaking of confuddled, y'all are in a haunted puzzle house that you went into willingly.
Is it actually haunted, or I thought it was like fake haunted?
It might be fake haunted, but it might actually be fake haunted, real haunted while it's fake haunted.
You know, poor Kayla Los Dos, right? Throw the curveball. The best hauntings are like where you think it's fake, but it's real. But it might be fake, but it's actually real.
Hey, Brick, you might want to check your voice gating for Discord because it's you are snapping out just a little bit, like at the end of words and such.
My voice gate. Oh, you know what?
Really, I don't hear it.
Usually, I've got to go in and specifically tell Discord not to recognize my PS5 controller, and I didn't do that today.
Yep. Yep.
Ooh.
Yeah, that's.
The old P.
Okay, I have told it to not recognize my PS5 controller.
Okay.
I don't know if that fixes your problem or not, but
so far you sound better.
So far, so good.
Good. Who has a 100-word summary of all the trouble you got into last week?
We were invited to a escape room by the worst person we know.
Mm-hmm.
But what about in the game? That sounds like real life.
Wow.
Damn.
Harsh.
No one's telling me I'm wrong.
I've never been invited to a escape room.
It's true, but he doesn't need to say
Didn't
it.
Raz like invite?
No,
everyone
isn't
to the
how you're not
stream?
paying attention to the chat? That definitely happened. Sorry.
Yeah, I think Raz invited all of you to an escape room.
Yeah, in
Anyway.
in Minneapolis. But anyway.
Oh no, I am the worst person you know.
Well, we already knew that.
Yeah. Well,
Yeah, again, it's true, but he didn't have to say it like that. Mark,
we're basically
yeah.
we're basically kind of tapping the walls, trying to find out find out what's available to us and what puzzles there need to be solved. And we found like a locked drawer and like cryptic hints underneath the table.
What
We've
hints
only
did you
looked in like
find?
4 rooms.
We're gonna have to like scroll up in the party chat.
So let's see here. There was a key. There was a locked drawer here.
In the kitchen, yes. There was underneath the table in the dining room. There was this thing that says "Never trust a backwards man."
There was a cockatrice upstairs. There was
Yeah,
one
that
too
was
many
here.
summoning bells in the servants' quarters.
I
Scratches
once-
under the dining room table.
And we have a
And then-
poem. I once was warm with beating heart, but now in stillness play my part. A mirror hides what you must see. Speak my name to set you free.
Which sounds like a pretty standard riddle deal.
Yeah, it's a boilerplate riddle.
The answer is time.
Time or nothing.
Yeah.
That was the final boss of Elder Scrolls 1, was a riddle like that.
Yeah.
Also, one of you is going to do something very, very mean. Well, 3 of you are going to do something very, very mean to an NPC who probably has it coming.
Oh,
We've already done that. It's just waiting for it to happen.
Right, the rolls have already gone in. Like, I've already got it locked and loaded. And I had to rewrite part of the adventure. So thanks for that.
We were all in this room, weren't we?
You were all in that room, and you found the note with the riddle on it. And then all of the lights in the whole house
Lights
went out.
went out. Yeah. Genevieve will make her tiny torch out of her visor.
Okay. And the room illuminates.
I'll cast a light cantrip.
Is everyone okay?
Thanks
Is
for
everyone
lighting.
present?
Thanks for lighting that because, like, I don't know what Geppa did, but now whenever it gets dim, he just kind of disappears, and it's very unsettling.
Genevieve shines the light right at Geppa. I don't know. He seems like right here.
Yeah, no, I'm just right here.
I'm
No.
making the joke that I have
Yeah. No, I get it.
dark vision.
But everybody is present and counted for. Nobody got abducted. Nobody disappeared.
Raph the Rat Boy is not in the room.
Yeah.
He's never here. What were the light sources in this room? Like, how was this room lit initially?
Candles on the
Candlelight.
table, I believe?
Yeah, there were candles.
Can we light the candles back up?
Yeah, of course.
Yeah.
Okay, well, Jen will try and do that.
Hugo casts prestidigitation and lights the candles.
I always forget prestidigitation can do that.
Yeah. Literally one of the things it's designed for.
Mm-hmm.
Like, it's literally written as rules as written.
I blame Nodal because he used it for 3 years to do nothing but clean his clothes. So now I think of it as the clothes cleaning spell.
Oh, Hugo does that too.
You could spice up your food with it. Like, it does all sorts of random, worthless things.
Terrific.
Well, if the candles are just able to be lit back up, Genevieve's gonna just kind of wander around and be like, well, that's kind of a waste, isn't it? Like, why turn off all the lights and just make us do it again? And she's gonna, like, peek into this room to see if the lights are
Does
out.
anything seem like it's changed in the room? That's what Alister's going to be looking for.
Yeah, all the lights went out.
Yeah, anything else, though?
Not that
Oh,
you
we'll
can
put
tell.
you in the room here.
And yeah, when you peek into the next
right.
room, it's dark in there as well.
Ugh. And Genevieve goes in to try and, like, light one of the candles.
You do.
Alister is going to use the light cantrip on his rapier. so that he has a light source.
Okay.
And he's gonna go see if, like, the kitchen drawer is still locked.
Yeah, you wander into the kitchen and the locked drawer is still there, and it's still locked.
Are there still scratches under the dining room table?
You hunker down and take a look, and yeah, the scratches are still there. Never trust a backwards man.
Have we
Are
have
the
have we run into any rooms that had a mirror in them?
You have not seen a mirror or reflective surface anywhere in this whole house. Just kind of think of it for a moment. Where did I see a mirror? And I'm assuming at this point, all of you have been into all of the rooms at least once. Yeah, you just have this
Not
dawning
even in,
moment
like,
of
a bathroom.
the absence.
Does anyone have
of
like a
things.
hand mirror or something on them?
Not even in the lavatories.
No.
I can make a hand mirror if we want to use some spell slots.
Why are you using spell slots? What have you done? What have you done, Alister?
No, it's because I can only create an item once a day.
I know.
Otherwise, I have to use spell slots for it.
What did you do?
I haven't done anything yet, but if I make a mirror, then I'm gonna probably need to make something else later, and that's gonna require spell slots.
Should we go through the whole house with a mirror and see if there's anything that like doesn't show up in it?
Well, I'm assuming that like the first part of the riddle, I was warm with beating heart, but now in stillness play my part. It's either, I'm assuming, this statue or this. Although we found the thing in the riddle on the statue, didn't we?
You found the plaque on the statue. Instead of having an identifier for the statue,
It had that poem.
it didn't have a poem. It had a plaque that mentions that the beast was not able to be slain with conventional means, and they had to rely on outwardly forces of the shadow.
You're still cutting off. I didn't hear what you said.
Okay, let me go into Discord. And which of these 35,000 settings is my gate?
It is a simple 412-step process.
Okay, I'm going to turn that down a little bit and see if that handles anything better.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
So far.
Did that cut anything off?
No,
No,
not
that
yet.
did not.
Okay,
No, you seem to be okay.
good.
My suggestion is if we do take, so we could be skipping ahead of the puzzle,
Mm-hmm.
right? Like we're going to, of course, that is a thing with the puzzle game. So like we could be placing down the lavatory and then getting a hint for a room that we've already solved later. Right? That's how blueprints went for you.
You might.
No, there's nothing in the laboratory.
God.
But if we put, I bet you in one like that drawer or something, there's a mirror, and I'm betting that possibly because there was a basilisk or
It was a
not
cockatrice.
cockatrice in there, and the cockatrice had a role because they petrified this, right?
Correct.
Yeah.
So I'm willing to bet that riddle means shine a mirror on the cockatrice.
Okay, so here's what I'm going to do.
Mm-hmm.
Alister is going to use his little object creation nonsense. And he is going to create, it's basically going to be like a little hat band thing set up so that there's like a two mirror system where it essentially takes what's in front of you, reflects it onto one mirror, which reflects it onto another mirror that you can see, so that you can see a reflected version of what's in front of you without having to like turn your head or anything.
What?
Trying to
What would you call-
parse what you just said.
Just make a mirror.
It's a multi-mirror system so that you can see reflections without having to like hold up mirrors and turn your head around like looking one way to see what's behind you.
And you're
Why
using
do
a
you?
multi-mirror.
your
Why
bard
do
of
you need a
creation comes
system
out of
when mirrors exist?
Yeah.
Tasha's, right?
Yeah.
Can you like invent brand new things that don't exist?
As long as it's under 100 gold pieces.
If you can show me a Google image of the thing you want to create, I'll let you create it. Otherwise, there's engineering involved that I'm not sure Alister can do on the fly. But if you can provide me in the next like 60 seconds an image of the thing you want to make.
Oh, okay, hold on.
I'm giving you the benefit of the doubt, like you can picture in your head what you want, but you're not sure what it's called.
Oh, I mean, I could draw a picture of it for you, but
No, it has to be a pre-existing thing. It has to exist in the world. Let's. Unfortunately, I can't share this on stream. Whatever.
I mean, there's definitely hats with mirrors attached to selfie sticks.
Sure. Let's. If you could show me one. I do kind of like the idea that Alister has invented the selfie stick. Like that, to me, for whatever reason, checks out, right?
Is it like an instant photo paper, a selfie stick thing, like a Polaroid?
You know, we can just say it's a hat with a selfie stick.
I mean, it's been
genuine.
more than 60 seconds, and you have not provided me anything.
Well,
So-
I'm trying to find an image of what I want, but Google Images is like a terrible source of fucking images now.
Yeah, let's blame Google Images for this. So what I think to simplify things, so you want to create a mirror that like attaches to your hat, so you don't have to use one of your hands to hold this mirror.
It was more like a reflective telescope, but sure, we can simplify it to just a selfie
Reflective
stick.
telescope is definitely more expensive than 100 gold pieces.
I think what he's trying to get at is like, okay, you have two mirrors facing each other, right?
Sure.
At like a barber shop or something.
Okay.
Yeah, it's literally how telescopes work.
Scale that down to where it's just two like hand mirrors on a rig on your head. Doing that setup.
Is this like a mirror periscope?
I'm not. I'm missing. I don't understand why not just create a hand mirror.
Because I don't want you to have to use hand. Because I want somebody to be able so that when we're fighting, like we can see if anything weird is in front of us because the reflections aren't showing.
Couldn't one of us just turn our heads and then tell you?
Yeah, kind of what Treble just showed.
That's just a periscope.
This is
Yeah.
a periscope would definitely be more than 100 gold pieces.
Really? With two small mirrors?
How much is a spyglass?
Like a
Spyglass is
1,000
like
gold
1,000.
pieces. That's like grinded.
I want to say mirrors are like
Lenses.
expensive.
Mirrors are super expensive. Yes.
Like the polished steel ones are not, but like again, it's like those are more for like signaling. Not
In fact,
for
you can't
reflecting.
even get a glass mirror on adventuring gear.
Yeah, a steel mirror is 5 gold.
So this is a complicated feat of engineering, and if you have a gnome friend who wants to build it for you and you want to fund it, but I think the
Can we
best you're
please
going to
go
be
back to making a mirror? Now that we've spent however long trying to figure out how to make a special smarter mirror.
yeah,
Fine. If I can't make a mirror on a selfie stick, I'll just make a hand mirror.
you can make a hand mirror. It can even be a glass hand mirror. I'll say a glass hand mirror
Yeah.
under 100 gold, no problem. So there's
glass
one
hand
mirror in the
fancy
house, and
mirror.
Alister's holding it.
Yeah, he'll give it to Geppa and say have fun.
It wasn't until
Whee!
Treble posted this diagram that I even really understood what it was you wanted.
Question: does dark vision work through a mirror?
I'm not going to answer that question. I'm just gonna pretend you didn't ask that.
That's a physics question.
Is it? I'm not asking for an answer that relies on physics. I'm asking for an answer that relies on me walking around the house in the darkness with a mirror.
I would think anything you could see with your naked eyes, you could see in a mirror.
So he can't see himself.
That
See
would
myself.
be
Oh, actually, wait, I can't see myself.
that would be trippy.
You're right, Charles. I actually am invisible to myself in darkness. That's weird.
Surprise, you're a vampire.
So you guys taking a moment to relight the house, or is there something specific you want
Yeah.
to do?
I'm okay doing that.
I think we should get it back into a usable state.
Okay. So
Seems
just
usable
as
like this, Geppa. No, sorry.
just as a quick reminder, because you've got NPCs with you. Raph the Rat Boy, nobody knows where he is, but ostensibly he
Yeah, he's
was the
right here.
one who found the poem. Yvette is getting like super into, like somebody pointed out, like why turn all the lights out? It's just a chore to turn them back. That's not how Yvette was looking at it. She was totally creeped out. She's getting all into the experience. Like that really, the little parlor tricks are really working for her. Sumai is just kind of following the group around, not saying anything, just giving knowing looks now and again to Hugo. Ali is barking orders that I'm assuming nobody's listening to. And Thenance, he's going along, but it's clear that he's looking for his exit. Like, okay, I went downstairs, I did the group thing that everybody was going to do. We saw all the lights go out. Like, at what point tonight are we going to say that the game is over and I'll just go have a nice night's sleep?
Well, unfortunately, he is stuck with Genevieve, who is invested in the puzzle like any and all puzzles.
Well, Genevieve is not invested in the puzzle at the moment. She is complaining that all the lights went out. And what was the point of that?
Well, maybe that's part of the puzzle, so she's going to go and light all the lights up again.
Okay, so yeah, it takes 15, 20 minutes. You go room to room, lighting candlesticks, oil lanterns, chandeliers, etc., etc.
Geppa is going to inspect as much of the house as he can in the mirror.
Okay.
Just starting where he is in the dragon
Geppa.
Tyrannosaurus great room and continuing outward.
You are the first then to discover that the front door is gone.
What does that mean?
It means that there's no front door.
Does that mean I look out into space? Does that mean I look out into...
No, it means you're
The
looking
outside,
at
or-
you're looking at a blank naked wall.
Oh, okay. I'm going to... Can I, like, tap on the wall to see if it's, like, hollow behind or search it for hidden levers or anything like that?
It's solid, like an outside load-bearing wall ought to be.
What's going on?
We don't have a door anymore. Can you go check the back door? The smoke break room for the servants?
Yeah.
Are there any windows? I was just gonna look for windows.
Alister, as you look
This is-
around for outward-facing windows, there are none. They're gone.
Because there were windows like here and here and like here and here.
There were.
Back door?
Is gone. Just a naked wall.
Do I still smell the drugs?
Of course, there was somebody. They were doing a puff puff pass outside a few minutes ago.
All right. Nope. Back door's gone.
Well, what about the staff? Is this part of the puzzle?
Essentially.
There's a.
No, I'm
button-
sure we were just magically hijacked by incidentally by some other thing.
I mean, to be fair, we do have, and then I point at Allie, important person, and then I point at Elegant Sumai, important person.
Think it's a double mystery?
Leo,
I mean,
you're not
Seems really
suggesting
elaborate.
that she's more important than I am, are you? I sit on the honor society.
And then I'll point at Yvette and say, important person. Completely ignoring what Allie said.
Wow.
Yeah, we do have a lot of important people here.
So, like, you know, maybe we should, because we were told there's like a bell or something we can use to summon somebody, right?
What he had said was, if you have need of us, we will be here to. They're going to stay out of the puzzle as much as possible, but if you have need of them, they will be here.
What NPC did Destil rope into this? I forget.
Oh,
Ellen.
Yeah.
Leo's gonna like cup his hands and go, Ellen, can you come here for a minute?
Okay. You shout Ellen's name throughout the house.
Genevieve's going to go back into this room and say, "Hey, can we get like water or a snack while we think?" She just says that aloud in hopes that like it will conjure somebody to appear.
Okay. You say that out loud. Hugo steps into the billiards room.
And Hugo takes a page from the dining room and looks underneath the billiards table as he starts to give the room a look over.
Okay. Underneath the billiards table, seconds.
Pen.
There is it's a nice wooden table, excellent construction, and underneath it you see a small slat of wood sitting kind of askew, as though someone has pried it open.
Hugo will attempt to open it further and see if there's anything inside, in presumably a hidden compartment within the table.
There's definitely a hidden space on the other side of the slat, but it's not big enough to be called a compartment.
Mm.
You'd be able to like slide an envelope or something in there maybe, but it's now empty.
Hugo rolls his eyes and says, Rafa, did you find this without telling us where you found it?
He's not in the room with you. I don't know who you're talking to.
Yeah, no, he still says it out aloud.
Sure. What's next?
Well, hey, Geppa.
I was just gonna check the painting studio place upstairs.
Okay. Are you taking anybody with you, or are you going up alone?
I guess we're all kind of going alone unless somebody wants to follow me.
I mean, unless you tell her not to, Yvette will be
Yvette.
following you around.
Yeah, Yvette will always be with Alister.
Okay.
So I just need to check the painting studio to see if, first off, is there any weird artwork that magically appeared? And then also, is there anything kind of hidden among the art supplies or on the shelves or behind the canvas?
Give me an investigation check.
Investimoid.
It's like an 11.
11?
Yeah, because I can't roll for shit.
You find all kinds of different art supplies in here. It's specifically, it is a painting studio. Okay, so you've got the easel, there's paint pots, there's a palette, there's all manners of brushes and things. The thing you find that's out of place in one of the drawers, you find a selection of wax crayons. 11 of them, to be precise, in all different colors.
Alister is gonna take the crayons.
Okay.
There's like loose paper and stuff laying around?
No, there's not. Not in this room. It's because you wouldn't paint on paper, but there's blank canvas and thing you can make use of.
I mean, you would paint on paper if it's good paper, but he'll take a canvas and he's gonna set the canvas up.
Listen, which of us is taking the art classes, huh? Who's supposed to know this stuff?
Exactly. That's what I'm telling you.
No, there's no coloring books available for you. But yeah, there's blank canvas.
Okay, yeah, he's gonna put a canvas up, and then he's gonna use the crayons.
Yep.
Because he has painting skills.
Sure.
He's gonna use the crayons to make a key and see if it comes to life. Because why the hell not?
In what color?
The colors that a key would normally be.
Which is what?
So like it would be a mixture of sort of a red and a green to get a bronzy kind of color.
Okay. You make a
little bit of white to make it kind of golden.
Use the reddish and the greenish wax crayon to try to get this kind of bronze-looking color. When you use the white crayon, there is a white crayon. When you use the white wax crayon, it appears that nothing has happened. And on that point, go ahead and give me an intelligence painter's tools check or some kind of physical artistic tool check that you have, tool proficiency.
Trying to remember how things work. So that'd be 17, I think.
If you have a white wax crayon, you should be able to see white waxy residue when you use it. However, this crayon does not leave any. The white crayon is drawing on invisible wax?
How would one see invisible wax?
Excellent question.
Okay. So it's a painter's room, so there's no like charcoal sticks anywhere, are there?
No, looking around, you don't see anything of that nature. That's why the crayons jumped out at you as being kind of out of place.
Okay, so Alister's gonna try something, knowing that D&D is not physics.
Sure.
He's gonna take some paint. So he's gonna take the white crayon.
Yeah.
And he's gonna basically make a line on a different part of the canvas.
Okay.
And then he's gonna go find some paint, like we'll say some green paint.
Mm-hmm.
He's gonna water it down so it's really thin.
Sure.
And then he's gonna paint it over the spot where the crayon isn't around it, because in theory the wet paint would react differently with the wax mark than it would with a canvas.
Right.
And he's gonna see if he can see the wax mark that way.
It's not the intended solution, but that sounds good to me, because I'm picturing exactly what you're picturing. If you have wax on parchment or on canvas, then you go over it with like very watery color, you should be able to see the invisible lines. And sure enough, you can. If you were to make a line with this white crayon and then paint over it with your watery green paint mixture, you're able to make the lines visible.
All right, he's gonna any canvas that's laying in the room, he's gonna start painting over it with this to see if he can find visible marks.
What's everybody else doing while Alister and Yvette are in the room doing arts and crafts?
I'm trying to get Geppa to go upstairs to the taxidermy room.
Yeah,
Okay.
sure. That's not hard. I go.
Geppa.
Yeah.
What
I'm
do you-
looking through the mirror the whole time, though, not actually looking at things with my eyes.
Don't deign to look at things.
Okay.
I don't deign for anything.
And you can't read the names of each of the individual creatures. They'll have little plaques underneath with the creature's name.
Mhm.
You can't read them in the mirror because it's backwards text. But you have so Leo can read them because he's using his human eyes to look at the plaques instead.
Yeah. Well, they're not human eyes.
Allie does not understand, like, the fact that Geppa is looking at everything in a mirror is starting to irritate her.
She can't see Geppa if she's got dark vision.
Then that irritates her even more.
We're just following a floating hand mirror.
Leo, if any of your stupid friends use their dumb magic to cheat the house, and everybody says that we cheated to solve the house, it's your fault. You should have told them not to do that.
He goes, and I'm gonna take a deep breath and say, he goes, I think it shows real personal growth that you have not just decided to buy your way through this with money and influence, and are actually worried about giving the place a fair shake.
Geppa,
Mhm.
while Leo is managing Allie's emotions, which I realize is a full-time job, give me a perception check.
Oh,
He fell off the internet.
you killed him.
He perceived his own demise.
You cut out for like 20 seconds there.
Oh, he didn't cut out. That was you.
Oh.
Yeah, that was your end. It seems like.
Yeah.
We thought you died.
I do expect weird things to happen. Because I got an email from my power company this morning saying that I was going to be in and out of power all day because they're doing repairs for, what was the phrasing they used for, like, external damage or something, which probably means somebody ran into a transformer.
Okay, can you repeat that whole thing then? Because I didn't hear anything.
Yeah, I just need a perception check, please.
Oh, hold on. I also didn't stay connected to the tabletop. Oh, someone wants to roll a d20 for me. That's +4.
I can do it. We.
Thank you.
Yeah, I'm not gonna.
That's a 17 on die plus 4 is 21.
Okay.
Thank
Geppa, all the creatures in this room have plaques with the creature's name on it. Sometimes there's a couple other bits of information like species or whatever. The only creature you've come across that is a trophy like this that doesn't have its name presented is the statue downstairs.
Okay.
Everything else is identified by a colloquial name except for that.
Is there anything that's different between the mirror and my own eyes?
So far, you haven't seen anything that seems different, no.
Okay. I'm going to continue searching the house with the mirror.
Okay.
I will mention to Léopold that I noticed that.
Okay.
Okay. So nothing special on the cockatrice.
Wasn't the cockatrice that didn't have its name on there? Because Genevieve had to recall that.
No, only the Triceratops statue is not named.
My notes don't say that.
I know that you had to make a roll to identify the cockatrice statue.
Yeah, but if it just said cockatrice on it like that.
It's identified as a cockatrice as its species, but it also has like the name of this particular specimen. Like this was Marvin the cockatrice or whatever.
Oh, okay.
Like this is Greenback the crocodile whom we hunted in the year such and such with arrow and spear.
Unless otherwise noted or I needed somewhere else, I'm just going to follow Geppa. We're just going to follow Geppa around.
By which you mean you're going to follow the floating hand mirror?
We're going to follow the floating hand mirror around because we don't want to lose Geppa.
And what are Hugo and Genevieve doing in the library?
I guess Genevieve's gonna start looking around for books that might be relevant to the puzzle. Like, are there any oddly colored books? Are there any titles that stand out to her?
Any classic pull the book out and a secret passage opens type stuff?
Yeah, exactly.
You wish. Let's get a investigation check. Give me an individual check for each of you.
Okay.
Sure thing.
Genevieve looks at Hugo and says, "I've taught you well."
Neither of you
Start
can make
pulling
advantage
books.
because neither Sumai nor Thenance would be aiding you in this search.
Yeah. I have 19.
Okay. How did Hugo do?
Hugo lost his character sheet.
Well, you also have 19.
That's not good.
Or better.
Nah, yeah, I don't think. I'm sorry. For some reason I closed the Hugo tab.
He's gone. He's gone forever.
Gone. Yeah, you
Exit.
don't exist anymore.
Exit stage left.
Goodbye,
Well, the first thing that you
Hugo.
both identify right away.
22. That
And-
is a 22, my friend.
22. Anybody who's done an escape room with a library set up understands what I'm about to say. They're not real books.
Of course.
You just discern that right away. Mostly they're just facsimiles or they're empty, and they're actually most of them connected to the shelf in some way, specifically so you
It's
can't
like
just
a facade of book. Yeah.
right. Has
The
everybody
Taskmaster bookshelf.
well, the Taskmaster bookshelf is like just wallpaper.
Yeah,
These
but
are-
there is like a slot for a book in it, and you can pull that book out.
There are real tangible objects here, but they're obviously facsimile books. They're obviously just for show. You do, however, find a sequence of books, 11 books, that seem to be out of place. And the reason I say that they're out of place is because the bookshelves exist primarily for display purposes. So the books in one section of a shelf all kind of look the same, like each other, as a handsome bookshelf should, except for this string of 11 books that have spines in all different colors, but no titles.
Genevieve's
see.
gonna randomly start rearranging them
Okay.
just to see, like, there's no other like markings on them.
No, when
Just-
you pull one
they're
off,
just
it's
colors.
yeah. The spines have colors, and they're just facsimile books. These particular books, because you can pull them all the way off the shelf and kind of play with them, they're just empty ledgers inside. They're just blank pages.
Genevieve's gonna try sorting the colors by like rainbow order or alphabetically, and she's Like, not going to expect to get anything out of this, but
The problem though is like they were on the shelf in a particular sequence. What sequence were they when they when
Well,
we first before you started pulling them off of the shelf and rearranging them?
well, they're unmarked, she says, and if that was the solution, then they would have solved it already. Like, that seems kind of lame, right? And she keeps rearranging the books in just various ways.
You guys can put the books back in their original sequence if you want, and nothing
Okay.
happens when you do.
Yeah. I think there's more to this. Maybe it's linked to another room.
Yeah, perhaps.
Have we seen anything else with colors?
Thinking emoji.
Yeah. We should go talk to Alister.
Yes, we should.
Raz, I want to remind you that I designed this adventure before the unpleasantness that happened in Blueprints.
I mean, there's so much unpleasantness. It is very pleasant. Like, I enjoyed it. But, like...
So this time, Alister is in there doing artwork. You guys are going through the library. Geppa and Leah are going room to room with this mirror. So suffice it to say, the next hour or so, you guys are just kind of scouring through the house.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, do you want us to keep moving our token to different rooms?
You can
Like,
do
I don't
whatever
know
you
how
want.
time is working here, but like, Genevieve has an interest of like looking through every room and writing down what she's finding.
There's no time component that I'm tracking on my end. I don't mind however long you guys spend. We're just going to model this as an evening spent going through the house.
Okay, how many more steps do I have before I have to retreat to my tent?
You have to sleep on a tent a mile away in the hills.
Yep. Day 192. I still haven't slept in a bed. Like,
But at some point, your NPC character, Thenance especially, at some point he recognizes that you guys are hitting diminishing returns and like banging your heads against every room of this house, and he's like, maybe a good night's sleep would be more productive than going through the billiards room again with this hand mirror.
So are all the walls of the house painted green at this point, trying to find handwriting?
oh my goodness, you brought the screwdriver to the escape room, didn't you?
Why did you bring the screwdriver?
Alister, where are you looking for hidden writing? I mean, what all the canvases and stuff and all the blank canvases in this room, and you didn't find any.
Yes, he was trying. Well, not just the blank ones, but the ones that already had pre-existing artwork on them. And then from that point, he'll start on the walls and on the floor.
So
Maybe he's going to ask you where you got that crayon.
Yeah.
He's at some point he's also going to try the other colors of the crayon to see if anything happens. Since there's 11 of them, he knows yellow and red don't seem to do much. White is invisible. What about the others? The blacks, the blues, the purples, the greens.
the colors, and you had 11 crayons. The white one you discovered leaves invisible wax. The others all work as they're supposed to. You have black, green, red, yellow, blue, purple, maroon, pink, tan, and orange.
Can you bring those crayons into the library?
Yeah, if you find Alister and ask, he'll bring crayons and paint. And
Yeah.
stuff.
Do the colors of the books match the crayons?
Sure enough, they do. You have a white book, a black book, green, red, yellow, blue, purple, maroon, pink, tan, and orange.
All right,
That's
then Alister's gonna
clearly
take the white
not.
book.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah,
Alister-
let's pull down the white book. Try rubbing the crayon along the pages on this book.
The first thing
Maybe
he's
not
gonna do
the
is
crayon,
try
but the
and-
paint.
Yeah,
Yeah.
he's gonna use the paint to see if he can find hidden writing in the white book,
You do not. And
And now it is permanently green.
and then he'll try the other crayon colors. Actually, he's gonna try to write something in white in the white book.
the wax doesn't appear, but then when you paint over it, the words just kind of solidify on the page as the green paint does not take hold over the waxy residue.
Genevieve looks at what you wrote. This is a red herring. Oh, really clever. Add to their puzzle.
Alister will hand Genevieve and Hugo the crayons.
Okay.
But what do we do with them? She says, and
I
she
have
just
no
like
idea.
she like tries to like match the colors maybe like draw a little bit on like a corner. She doesn't want to like permanently like alter the puzzle.
Okay. You do that.
I'm actually something of a on the Aethar's side. Maybe we just need to sleep it over, and maybe one of us will have a bit of a brainwave overnight.
So you putting in another vote for a good night's sleep?
Genevieve's gonna sign her name in whatever book she's holding with whatever color she's holding.
Okay.
Say.
What color is it, and what book is it?
Maroon and maroon.
Okay.
Yeah.
Genevieve
Signs her
has a
name in
favorite
maroon.
color.
Yeah. Well, she likes red, but that's just the color I remembered that existed.
Mhm.
And she signs it. She puts it back on the shelf and goes, I guess we could. Oh.
So now there's this empty bookshelf because the other books are like piled up, wet with green paint, and you put the one maroon book back where all 11 were.
Sure.
Okay.
She's responsible. She puts the books back when she's done with them.
Hugo peers behind the space where the books were before putting them all away.
Looks like the back of the bookshelf.
Okay. Knock, knock, knock.
Knocking on it. Give me an investigation check.
Yeah. That's a nat 1. That's
Okay.
a 4.
A 4. You knock on the bookshelf. Feels like a bookshelf.
Can one of us try knocking?
No, you're not in the room. You're up in the you're up in the gallery or the studio.
Oh,
Genevieve's
I forgot to move my token. I came down here to give him the crayons.
Genevieve's going to keep putting the books back.
Okay.
So I don't
So
know if she'll notice anything about
Hugo
it.
wanders away and Alister wanders up to knock, but by that point, she's put all the wet books back on the shelf.
Okay. Well, I guess let's go sleep.
She'll look to Tenants to say, if you want to go to sleep, like, go ahead. I mean, I'm kind of a night owl.
He just shrugs, says very well, and he heads upstairs. Is anybody not going to sleep tonight?
I mean, Genevieve will stay up all night doing these puzzles, but she'll eventually conk out.
So everybody's returning back to the... I see everybody's kind of returned back to the bedrooms that they've claimed.
We'll put her
I
back
mean-
in the room. I would say, like, after 2 or 3 hours of everybody calling it a night, like, she'll want back to bed.
What is Genevieve... Because Genevieve has then a couple of hours at night where she has the house kind of to herself.
She's gonna wander into a room that... I'm trying to see if there's a room that people haven't wandered into. You know what? How about right here?
Into the
She's
music
gonna
room?
look in these 2 rooms.
Okay. Which one are you looking
We'll
in
spend
first?
an hour in each. Well, let's start here.
Give me an investigation check.
8.
Okay. It's a music room. There's a piano. You look under the rug.
Yeah.
There's a plant. Doing anything specific in the music room, or just looking around, poking at things?
She's gonna try and play some music.
Okay. Do you have
Is there
any?
sheet music?
There's not, but do you have any proficiency in playing a piano?
No, she can make the piano play itself, but if she tries, it sounds real bad.
Do you make the piano play itself?
Do I have a thing? Oh, you know what? I'm gonna take the sign down that was up here, and I will make the piano play. What Genevieve will, I guess, call her theme song, which I don't know what this is, but I guess her theme song would be what happens when Alister tries to play the piano, which is all the notes just go Genevieve, Genevieve, Genevieve.
Give me an intelligence. Would have to be a musical instrument check. Some kind of music knowledge.
I guess that's just intelligence, right?
Yeah, so it'd just be straight intelligence. I'm assuming Genevieve doesn't know how to actually play any instruments based on what you just said.
11. She can read music, but she has never played an instrument.
So you have
She never formally trained.
you try to magically make the piano to play your theme song, even though everybody's upstairs asleep, and this is extremely rude. Like,
She's playing softly. She's not like hammering the keys.
Even soft pianos are loud.
One of the
That's okay.
notes is missing out of the song. The piano is magically playing itself, whatever your theme song is, but one of the notes just hits a dull clack instead of the intended note.
So Genevieve immediately suspects that like she has misengineered it, and then she realizes, oh, it's a puzzle room. She looks in the piano, like it's a stringed instrument, and why is the hammer not hitting a string?
Opening up
She wants to investigate
the
that.
piano, one of the hammers is missing. So the key is just not connected to anything.
Okay, she'll look around the room for that.
And you look around the room for the missing hammer to put into the piano.
Yeah.
Do not find it.
Okay, next room.
So this is like a sitting room. And there's another large... What is this, a water buffalo? What is this over here?
That looks like a water buffalo, yeah.
Kind of. So there's a large trophy. Once again, it's got a plaque with the creature's name on it and its species and whatever. And on the far side of the room, there's this ornamental, looks like a claymore laid out on a table. Otherwise, it's just a nice little sitting room.
At this point, she's pretty tired, so she'll like give the room once over,
Okay.
and then go. Oh, maybe I should go to bed. She closes her book and realizes that she's written 4 pages already in the last room,
Okay.
and goes, "Oops, that's not how I get the hand cursor back." And she goes, "Yeah, okay, maybe it's time for bed."
And you go back upstairs. You trudge into bed. And then you can't fall asleep because your brain is still so excited to be solving puzzles.
Yeah, she has a very restless sleep, but I don't want to do too many things because she's going to wake up exhausted.
Everybody go ahead and take the benefits of a long rest.
And
Okay.
change her armor mode. Anything else I need to refresh?
And then the next morning, one by one, except for Geppa, because he's sleeping in the servants' quarters.
Yeah.
Little tinkling bells go off in each of your bedrooms, indicating that breakfast is served.
I assume I just get a kick to the side.
You would probably just get a knock on the door outside,
Oh, okay.
most like.
Did anyone... Somebody told Genevieve to, like, prepare Arcane Lock. Do we all still need that? I'm gonna take that as a no.
I don't recall what context we might have needed that.
Well, Hugo wouldn't, because I think the context was to, like, lock him and Elegant Sumai.
Oh, right. You know what? That's probably right.
Yeah.
I think that's what it was.
No, Destil, no, we did not forget that.
I apparently just spaced out because I was thinking about puzzles.
Yeah, that. Like I said, I had to rewrite part of the story for the adventure. It was exciting.
You know what? Just in case I still need it, we're gonna put it there.
Is everybody going down for breakfast? All of the NPCs will show up.
Yes.
Yes. Sorry.
Even
I'm-
Rafa?
I'm playing in my
Oh, no, definitely not Rafa. In fact, by the time you guys get in for breakfast, one of the places has already been ransacked. Like, the place
Oh, okay.
there's
I
already
was
crumbs
actually-
on the table and half a glass of orange juice sitting there.
Genevieve was actually going to think of like putting a plate out for Rafa, but he's an
He's
early
already taken his helping.
Yeah,
early
so
morning.
the servants have put out places for all of you, and
Right.
there's, sliced bacon and honey buns and hot coffee, freshly squeezed juice. And each of you have your place set out, and one of the places has already just been consumed.
Yep.
Genevieve's going to write a note on a piece of paper and fold it up and put it under Rafa's plate. And the note just says, "Find anything?" And then it says Jen.
Okay.
Maybe Rafa will get that.
Allie is very cross with all of you. She thinks that you guys should be a lot further along in solving the puzzles in the house than you are by this point. So she wants a report, like what everybody was doing last night, screwing around instead of solving all the puzzles. She wants to put all the knowledge on the table so she can have it, because clearly she's going to have to be the one to step in and be the group leader here.
Well, Genevieve says, after you all went to bed, I played the piano and found something. Well, noticed something was missing, I guess.
Found the absence of something.
Yeah, that's counted as finding something. She explains that, like, one of the keys on the piano doesn't work. She tried to rig it up like the piano in the dormitory to play her name, just to prank Alister when he eventually found it. And she noticed that one of the keys doesn't work. Which key was it? If that's relevant.
One of the keys.
One of the keys, okay. I just realized I didn't think, was it B flat? Like, no.
I don't know. Maybe.
Yeah. I mean, if that was important to the puzzle, like, yeah.
I hope it's not, because I don't know what key it was.
Yeah. Okay, it's not. So she tells everybody that, like, look for a little hammer that you put in a piano. It's like she describes it. And then she turns to Alister and goes, "Can you actually make that, or is that like an expensive mechanical component?"
Alister's oversleeping.
Oh, he must be in bed still.
Right.
Wait, is that weird?
I don't know.
She
He
says,
just says it. There's just a note in the text chat that says Alister's oversleeping. So I guess that's what he's doing.
Oh, I see. Okay, never mind.
I was not looking at the Discord at that.
No, I wasn't
immediate
either.
moment.
I thought this might be like part of like something that was about to happen. Jen was going to go up there and talk to him, but no need.
All right, so we need to find a piano key, is what I'm hearing.
The hammer to a piano key.
Yeah.
Okay. And we're still against picking the locks?
Jess
Can we
says,
pick a piano key?
I kind of want to try and solve the puzzle as intended, she says.
Okay.
Indeed.
Will lock picking work on a piano? It does have keys.
That might be the worst question you've ever asked me.
I was asking Jen.
Oh.
I'm just trying to get under her skin at this point.
Got it. Is it working?
No, Genevieve actually like starts looking over her notes and just like, that's a really interesting suggestion. And you've basically wasted 10 minutes of her time, but she had a
That's all
fun
I
thought
needed.
experiment.
Because I'll be
all
honest,
I
that question got under my skin a little bit. Like,
No, as a player, like I was like, how dare you?
So, question, I guess, like, part of the way during, like, Allie's rant,
yeah.
Leo's just gonna walk away.
Oh, she hates
And
that.
up here, yeah. And when I look at her, I says, "You be careful, your face could get stuck that way." I've heard.
Damn.
In this room, so this is a door.
I mean, it's probably a cabinet or something.
Oh, because to me it looks like that this.
Oh, it kind of looks like it has this outside hallway that goes to this little storage area.
yeah.
You guys have already been in there and through there, and it's nothing special.
Okay.
Is this the same thing right here? Like, what is that?
Probably the same kind of thing. The same kind of like outside storage kind of
Balcony or
area.
something? Okay.
balcony.
Yeah.
That's a good word for it. But if it's a balcony, you wouldn't have access to it anymore because the door that would have led out to the balcony no longer exists.
Correct.
Right.
Okay.
So, one of the big things that we've come up with is, first of all, the statue of the Triceratops, the entry hallway with the riddle, and then also 11 wax crayons exactly matching the colors of 11 books in the study. That's what I've come up with. Well, Léopold has been sleeping in the sitting room, but I feel like I don't know if Leo is giving it a good once over.
I haven't done an investigation in here. If
then
you,
we should probably do that as well.
I mean,
Okay. Does that happen next?
I mean, sure. If we all want to do we all want to go together today, room by room, or do we want to just like split up again?
Well, I feel like we split up. We have more opportunities to find something.
Oh, we'll cover more ground that way.
Jen will go back down here and see.
we'll
if
do
we
more
can
damage
actually
that way.
Look around.
More property damage.
Great Ghostbusters line.
Leo, what are you and Allie
Uh,
doing in the bedroom that you guys both just slept in?
I mean, I guess we're gonna rifle through the cushions and look underneath the table.
Okay.
I mean,
So look underneath the
we're
table.
now-
'Cause we're talking like a kind of a coffee table kind of thing in the center of this room. So you have to hunker
we're 2 for
down
2.
and kind of get underneath it. When you do, in the center of the table, sure enough, is a small wooden switch.
I flip it.
You hear a grinding sound from inside the hearth on the other end of the room.
Ooh. I look in the hearth on the other side of the room.
Some of the bricks have dislodged and have kind of rotated inward and looks like they can be pushed further.
Okay.
And when you do that, you reveal a crawl space with a ladder leading upwards.
I mean, you know Leo, he loves a good crawl space.
Who doesn't?
So, yeah. I'll go up. I'll shimmy up the crawl space
Okay. Climbing up the
without
ladder.
saying anything to Allie.
I mean, she's watching you do
Just-
it.
She just looks over, I'm gone.
Yeah, she's just... I hope you don't expect me to get all dirty climbing up into a chimney like a loser.
Leo like yells back. All I hear is the sound. All I hear is the sound of me winning this
Leo,
this house. Yeah.
the crawl space you're climbing up, the left-hand wall is the bricks of the inside of the chimney. The right-hand wall is some kind of smoother stone. But about halfway up, the smoother stone gives way to a metal panel with lots of little weird bumps and crevices on it.
Mm-hmm.
You have no light source. So you can't see details, even with your dark vision. But when you continue to climb up, you find the loose bricks. When you push on them, you find yourself climbing out of the hearth inside of this little parlor.
Ah,
Oh, hey, Hugo, you got? Can I borrow your lantern?
yeah, absolutely. Hugo pours a measure of oil into it and
Oh, nice.
lights it.
He shimmies back down.
Allie's
the light
yelling
to
up
look
at you. What are you doing?
Winning.
The perfect answer. Leo starts shimmying back down, and sure enough, there's this metal pane in between the two floors of the house, maybe 3 or 4 feet across, and it is covered with what looked like little bumps when you're looking at dark vision. Now that you're looking at it, so imagine somebody took like a piece of sheet metal, right, and then unloaded buckshot into it from some range to get a nice spatter. That's what you see here.
It's birdshot, I think. That's what you want.
Some kind of shotgun.
The son of a redneck, I know that.
Brickroad doesn't know gun.
Sounds
My
like a good
dad was
song
into
title.
beer and cars. He didn't know anything about guns.
Yeah.
Well, what you should have done is you should have played more Metal Gear Solid 3 and you made, made Big Boss your dad.
I don't think you use any kind of... I guess you get a shotgun in Metal Gear Solid, don't you?
You do. You do.
You would never use it because it's terrible. No, you do use it against the B guy. You need a shotgun.
Yeah.
Gotta play that game again.
Yeah, it's a good weapon in that phase.
Leo, here and there on this sheet of metal that's placed into the wall, you do see little lead balls kind of impaled into the metal. And in other places, you see divots or pockmarks where little lead balls have done damage, but are no longer in evidence. In one place, you see a pockmark that actually breaks the plane of the metal. And in investigating it further, hunkering down with your lantern, you realize it's a keyhole.
Okay. Is looking at the pattern
Mhm.
of the divots, the embedded things, does it look like a pattern or does it just look completely random?
No discernible
Because
pattern. It's like somebody just pointed a shotgun at this metal plane and let loose. The shot is
Okay.
spread across it. The damage has a large spray across it.
Because you've activated. So I don't have Mist Brain,
Mhm.
right? I don't have that.
Sure.
But what I have done is I have played a lot of survival horror games. And this would be that kind of thing when you look at it and it's like, oh, it's a
map.
it's a piano score.
Mm-hmm.
So, and then you've got to get your NPC helper buddy in there to practice the piano for.
Okay, so if you think it's piano score, Alister plays piano, so tell him.
If this was a survival horror game, you would first need to get a human hair to fish a key out of a drain.
No,
Yeah.
that's just
one
Silent Hill 2.
specific. Yeah.
Silent Hill 2 runs on like nightmare adventure game logic. Like that said, Resident Evil games tend to run on carnival logic.
Geppa, what are you doing in the
Thank you.
billiards room?
Where cranks.
You know what? I don't think he rightly knows. He's just looking around, looking
Okay.
for more cute clues. Is there anything? Has anything changed in this room since the rest of the world went away?
Not that you could tell. Nobody's done much in the billiards room so far. There are balls
Okay.
racked on the table.
It's
Did
ready to
find
play a
an
game.
open.
Oh yeah, they're
was gonna
racked and
say.
stacked. They're ready to go. 10 colored
I know how to
balls
play billiards.
arranged in a triangle plus a white cue.
I
What-
was going to say that Hugo did find the open panel underneath the table.
Yeah, Hugo crawled under and found the. I'm assuming you told everybody about that. Okay. And what was your theory about why the panel was empty?
Yeah, Rafa had found this and not told us where he found. Not told us that
right.
he found it here. Yeah.
Yeah.
But please continue.
Do I know anything about how billiards work as a game?
That's up to you if you want to know how to play billiards or not.
I don't think so.
Okay, then yeah, they're just colorful balls sitting on the table.
Cool. I'm gonna swing a stick around like a lightsaber.
Who wants to walk in on Geppa while he's doing this?
He's Star Wars kidsing.
Yeah, exactly.
He's got the power of anime and air on his side.
Now, Alister, you've gone into the music room.
Yeah, Alister doesn't know what the hell to do, so he's just gonna sit down and play the piano for a little bit to think.
And as you do, go ahead and give me that tool proficiency in whatever your musical instrument is. Intelligence plus that.
All the keys still say Genevieve.
Yeah, Alister will dispel magic on that first.
Very well.
You don't need
God,
to
I
actually
can't roll
cast
for
it, though.
shit.
How'd you do?
It's like if it's fucking 8.
An 8? Okay.
If it's intelligence, yeah.
Playing this, you know, is Alister proficient specifically in playing piano?
Yeah.
There's
Yeah,
something
it's one of his instruments.
wrong with the piano, and all you can think of is that, well, obviously Genevieve told us. Oh no, you weren't there to hear. You skipped
he wasn't
breakfast because you were oversleeping. There's something wrong with the piano, and it's obnoxious. It's just not playing properly. You know, you're not making mistakes.
Yeah, he's gonna open it up and he's gonna start to look at the insides to see if anything's weird. Not
Genevieve,
right.
did you do anything inside the piano last night?
No. Do I hear him from where I am playing
Yeah.
on the piano?
You hear him playing the piano. And when
I
you
mean,
get
she
in there,
just
he's
come
opening
over.
the top.
Yeah, right in there. Oh, you weren't at breakfast. And she'll point it out.
One of the hammers is missing. One of the keys is not connected to a hammer. So anytime you hit that key, you just get a dull thunk.
Do you know how to make one of these?
Yeah. Alister will make a hammer.
Okay. And you've got plenty of examples in the room of what like the size and the shape needs to be, so no problem.
Yeah, he's gonna create a hammer and then he's gonna attach it. He's gonna put it where it should be.
And when you go to do that, you
Genevieve
realize
now.
that the actual key sitting on the keyboard slides right out of place. You can hold it in your hand.
God damn it! This is the key.
It's not a key, but it is hollow on the inside.
Is there anything inside of it?
A small roll of parchment.
Genevieve, you didn't find this?
She did
I
not.
got so tied up in trying to fix the piano that she seems really upset about this.
Reaching inside the hollow key and pulling out the little roll of parchment is written,
Yeah.
"You find interesting things on the wrong side of the table."
Well, we already know there's stuff written under the tables. Have we checked all the tables?
Yeah, I may as well go ahead and check under this table now. Like, I was actually going to do that before I heard that clue, so.
Under the billiards table?
Yeah.
Yeah, you find there's a spot that Hugo found yesterday, like an empty little slat where an envelope might have slid into place, but now it is empty.
All right, I'm gonna mark the tables just so we know which ones we've checked.
Mhm.
Yeah, I was just basically going to tell Genevieve that we need to search under all the tables and all the beds and under everything.
So this one.
So are
With the-
these things tables, for example?
The clue does say table. It does not say like beds. Come on now.
I mean, if you're diligent enough, you can get your head under any piece of furniture.
Did
I
we
mean,
look?
Are they actually tables that would fulfill the clue? Yeah, we haven't looked under here.
Nobody's
Was
looked
there
under the
something
kitchen table, as far as I know.
Was there something underneath the piano?
Nobody's gone under the piano.
Jen's right here. She'll go look under the kitchen table.
Okay.
Alister will look under the piano, I guess.
Alister, you don't find anything underneath the piano. Genevieve, climbing under the kitchen table, pull yourself one into the other, and you find nothing.
Genevieve will go under there and go, "Oh, that's a bummer."
I think you guys might have found all the table stuff before you found the clue pointing to tables.
Gotcha.
No, we see. She's gonna
There is
stay
also
under here for a little bit.
There's also the table in the servants' quarters.
You want to check that one next?
I mean, this is on their line of thinking. I was just pointing that out.
Okay.
I still want to look in this room.
Okay.
Whatever room this is,
It's a sitting room.
Well, I
a
will.
lounge or something. Yeah.
What's next?
Is there anything to see in this room, or is it not important?
I mean, just what I've described is in there. You've got this water buffalo or whatever. There's nice, comfortable chairs. Looks like a house plant. And then on one side of the room, you have a small display stand with what looks like a claymore out for display.
So I'm gonna look at both of these things. Like, obviously not at the same time, but
Okay.
maybe defendants can look at something.
The creature has its name and species and everything on a little placard as a trophy. And there's nothing out
there
of the
anything-
ordinary about the sword.
Anything in particular about the placards?
The main thing you've noticed about the placards is that all the trophies, each individual creature has a name except for the Triceratops, the centerpiece statue in the main foyer.
Are the names relevant? Like, is this Eddie and this is like Paul?
That can be Eddie if you
I
want.
don't know.
I'm okay with that.
Well, okay.
If it will
great,
help you,
but-
you can actually name them all. That's fine.
I didn't mean for my own mental health. I
Right.
meant, like, does it help solve a puzzle?
So
Genevieve
I actually went
imprints on
back and
each of
forth
the
on that. I'm
text
like, if I
therapy.
give if I actually put down the names for each of these creatures, the players are going to run themselves ragged trying to find some pattern in them. So I purposely didn't.
I mean, you've seen my gallery solution, right?
I have, and it was scary. And I've
Yeah?
spoken about it with my therapist, and she said that guy's crazy.
No, I was trying to brute force an 8-letter puzzle, and it took me 4 hours to go through every possible combination.
What
that
I'm saying
possibly
is
made a word.
the
That's what I'll
creatures-
do here.
The creatures have names, but I didn't name them because I knew what
Good.
would be done with those names.
You know what Raz would do. Like, oh, they all start with R. That's the first letter. Like,
So, Leo, you're still over here in the crawl space in between floors.
I'm gonna climb up and give Hugo his lantern back and be
Sure.
like, okay, there's a keyhole down there, but while I got you in this room and Allie's downstairs, I whisper, I say, let's look through this room because I tried to look through it before when she was she touched absolutely everything and made it impossible for me to find anything.
Oh, that's right. This room's trashed.
So
Like
help me
everything's
find
out of
something.
place.
So
Yeah,
what I'm
certainly.
what I'm saying is like, Hugo, please help me roll an investigation check.
I will absolutely do that.
Like, and I will assist. I've got a +1.
Okay.
I have
Hugo's
a
better.
+3 to it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Go ahead and give me that investigation check. Add advantage. I'm not going to
Hugo,
apply
good.
disadvantage for the room being trashed. That would.
Hugo's gonna give a smirk to Elegant Samaya as he's looking around, looking.
Okay. She's giving absolutely
then-
nothing away.
That's good.
Yeah.
That is an 18.
Okay. Going through the room, you find a hidden compartment in a drawer in one of the desks.
Ooh.
And inside is a folded piece of parchment. Opening it up is a small phrase followed by a small diagram. The phrase reads, "They told me to search for the key." And the diagram is a drawing of a key with a large X through it.
And a drawing of a key. Will
That
an
is-
X through it?
Has been X'd out.
they told me to search for the key.
Yes.
Is that what you said? Okay.
Other than that, the room is filled with lots of knickknacks. There's like stationery, inkwells, old empty ledgers, bits and baubles of all kinds that have all been moved around and put into piles and like things on the floor that Allie's beginning to get impatient downstairs.
All right. I'm gonna go handle this.
Best
Good
of
luck.
luck.
And like I slide down the thing.
Okay.
Hi. There's a keyhole up there. We got another key we're looking for. I tell Allie.
You guys need to stop finding keyholes and start finding keys.
How many
Working
keys have
on
you
it.
found?
She has found
How
no
many
keys.
keys? Exactly.
This is apparently a
we got-
bathroom?
Yeah, there's a lavatory up there. There's a couple of them throughout the
special
house.
about the bathroom?
You didn't notice anything special the first time you looked through them, but as was observed yesterday, none of the bathrooms actually have reflective surfaces in them, which is something
Which
you
is
might
normal,
expect from
or
a modern
not
bathroom.
normal, right? Okay.
Like the bathroom that you have in your dorm that you all share does have a mirror in it. This is one of those weird contemporary things like we would expect in our bathrooms, but would people in like these times expect them? But yeah, they kind of do because it's just a fantasy facsimile of times that never existed. There are mirrors in
Also-
bathrooms normally, yes.
Also, this is a upper scale place.
Yeah.
You know what? I don't think I've ever searched the bedroom that I was staying in.
I was actually thinking the
That
same
was
thing. It's like,
Fenance's bedroom.
Yeah. Well, we both used it.
Oh, okay.
and Hugo turns to Elegance of Mine. In the interest of fair competition, would you permit me to search your quarters for any potential clues?
Yeah, she gives you leave to do so.
Thank you. And Hugo will search through Elegant Surmise room.
The only thing you found out of place in any of the sleeping quarters, any of the actual bedrooms, was that the servants' quarters has bells connected throughout the rest of the house, and there's one more bell than there would be rooms to service.
So Alister wants to communicate. He wants to start ringing the bell, and then he wants someone to wander around the house and see if they hear it anywhere.
Okay. Who wants to join Alister in this endeavor?
Somebody with a high perception.
I mean, I can assist.
Anybody who's assisting Alister.
I can do that.
Alister's going to be there ringing bells. Anybody who wants to go around the house, give me a perception check to capture the bells that Alister is ringing. Let's do it that way.
And have a bardic inspiration.
I have a 22.
22 is good. Anybody else want to get in on that?
I'll get in on that.
And I didn't use a bard die.
That is a 13.
13? What about Geppa and Genevieve? Are you guys off doing your own things?
I'm gonna say she's doing her own thing because perception's not my strong suit.
I'm good at perception, but I'm still fucking around with this pool table.
Has Geppa eaten the billiard balls?
No.
Okay. They do kind of look like big, heavy candies, like jawbreakers.
They're rock candy.
Are they jawbreakers?
I mean, I'm pretty sure they're made of wood, so.
So I got a 22 on perception, a 13, and did Jen and Geppa want to roll some?
I mean, she can from the room she's in.
Okay.
Sure.
Oh, I just flipped her over. Oh no. She's past
That's
that. It
going to
was
be a
too much for her
perception
suit.
of 10.
Okay.
I have 3.
So you guys can all confirm that the rooms that you're standing in right now have pull cords for bells for the servants' quarters. By which I mean in like each of these bedrooms and the sitting room where Leo is, and then in the billiards room is a pull cord where you can pull it, and then you can hear the bell. Alister can hear the bell go off. And Alister, sure enough, after enough iterations of this process, the group, you've heard every bell go off except the one extra one. There's a pull cord in the house that nobody has discovered, even going through all the rooms.
I don't suppose there would be a way to trace the cord that runs to that bell.
If somebody was small enough to get in there, they could, but I don't know if we have any way to do that. Like a floating eye or something.
Unfortunately, I can only get larger. I cannot get smaller.
What if I like electrified it?
Genevieve, can't you make like a little contraption that will like crawl up there and trace it? Can't you make Boswick tiny?
I mean, he is pretty small. Hold on. How small is Boswick?
If
He's tiny.
If he's tiny, I would say if you could get him access into the walls, because there would have to be some mechanical connection.
Yeah. He is tiny.
But is this in the
Wire a
spirit of an
screwdriver.
escape room?
Yeah, let me see if I can figure this out. And she tries like prying off the panel in a way that like it won't be irreversibly damaged.
A non-destructive panel.
No,
Yeah.
obviously it's designed to come off in some way. Otherwise, how would you service behind it?
Yeah. And she'll send Boswick to follow the mystery line, I guess.
Okay. And after a few moments, the little bell rings. So he's found whatever is on the other side.
Okay, and when he comes back, where does he tell me he went?
Into the walls, into a room connected to no other room you guys have been in.
So, like, topographically, like, how did he move? Like, he meant, like, south, west,
He
and
went
then maybe up?
into the wall and then up into the space between floors. How much information can Boswick give you? I'm kind of...
Well, I have a language that I can communicate with him, but he does communicate in, like, beeps and boops.
That's right. You spent a language slot on
Yeah.
R2D2. Okay.
Yeah.
Here's what Boswick tells you as he's beeping and booping and flapping around.
Yeah.
He went into the wall. He went up into this crawl space in between the two floors, which is more extensive than would be usual in a house like this. He then went to the other side of the... I'm just going to move him. I'm going to touch your Boswick. He went to the other side of the house, into a space
that's-
between floors kind of right above where Léopold is.
So this is the panel with the keyhole, is what I'm thinking. I'm assuming that we've all shared everything about like things that we've found. As we probably went to the other side of the buckshot or the birdshot panel that Leo found.
Okay.
Now I'm picturing instead of a screwdriver, somebody bought a shotgun. Couldn't find the key.
Yeehaw.
That's what you get for bringing artificers into the freaking escape.
But yeah, investigating
I imagine this is
investigating
awful
the
for-
bedrooms, the actual quarters that have been set aside for you guys to occupy, you don't find anything that you think is related to the puzzle. There's no messages or notes or crayon markings. Is anybody going to go teach Geppa how to play billiards? Or is he just going to swing the stick around?
I think it's more fun if he just swings the stick around.
Alister will just go watch him swing the stick around.
Okay.
Try hitting something, Geppa.
Wait. Can I cast Shillelagh on this pool cue?
I'm going to... Pool cue's not
It's
a
D8
weapon, so it
damage.
depends on what the... I feel like I have to make a ruling on this, even though it's never actually going to come up in a real fight. I just...
No, it
Is
never
there a
will.
quarterstaff?
It's not a quarterstaff. It's definitely not a quarterstaff. The wood of a club
Club
or
at best.
quarterstaff you're holding. No, a pool cue is neither a club nor a quarterstaff.
What would D8 damage on a pool ball look like?
That's why I'm
Shatters.
assuming it doesn't work, because it doesn't really matter how hard you swing a pool cue at somebody. I don't think you're doing a D8 damage.
You're doing more damage to the pool cue than the person.
Right, the cue's going to break. If it were a baseball bat, I would rule that as a club. Like, that's fine. But now, if you cast Shillelagh on a golf club, the spell does specify a club you're holding, so... Or like a playing card with a club on it. Now we're in the weeds. What's going on?
I was gonna try playing the game.
Who's going to
There's
teach
anything
Geppa
out.
how to play billiards?
Alister will try and explain it, but he's not proficient in games.
Okay. Well, so none of you know how to play the actual game that's racked on the table, but does anybody in this group have some knowledge? Any of the player characters have some knowledge of like a game that you use a cue stick to hit a ball into a
Yeah.
pocket? Okay.
Yeah, Alister will teach him how to play pool. I mean, he's a noble. He has some notion of what this is.
And he will
Like
watch.
you-
He has no clue.
You put the white ball up, and you first off you take all the other balls, you put them in like a triangular shape.
They're already racked in the
you-
triangular shape.
Are they? Okay. Then Alister's gonna
There
show you.
are-
Put the white ball down about here.
10
then
balls
use
on the
the cue
table.
stick.
They are black, green, red, yellow, blue, purple, maroon, pink, tan, and orange, and a white cue ball.
Oh,
Genevieve
look,
goes,
a
wait,
match.
wait. There are 11 balls in the colors.
Is the white ball? the
Are they
cue ball?
numbered? Are they numbered?
No, they're solid colored balls.
Is there anything in the holes?
He runs into this room and gets all the books.
In the pockets, you mean?
Yeah, the pockets.
How many pockets are
words.
even here? Is this an octagonal table?
This
Let's
isn't a
look
real
at my-
table, so I don't know what.
Yeah, I don't
the
know if I've ever
pockets could
seen
be.
a billiards table shaped like this before. What am I looking at?
Is
I have.
Bumper Pool octagonal?
I don't think it's octagonal. I think it's square.
Okay.
Oh no, it is. Yeah.
Rectangular.
Oh, some are, but like,
I would looking at I don't know if a real octagonal table exists. I don't know anything about I've played pool a few times. I would imagine it'd be a pocket at each
It
corner.
does.
So I'd imagine 8
It's so-
pockets.
so
Yeah.
Bumper Pool, it can be on an octagonal table, but there's only 2 pockets in Bumper.
Okay.
So
We're gonna say 8 pockets, one at each of the corners, and it's just a simple like net underneath to catch the balls that you sink.
Okay. I just start randomly doing the thing with the Q thingy. That's exactly what Geppa says.
Do you start sinking balls?
Yeah.
Okay.
The thing with the
Genevieve
Q
brings
thingy.
the books back and puts them on this stool or something.
So you go into the library, you take the books, and leave the bookshelf empty again.
Yeah.
And the books are in bad shape because somebody's spilled paint all over them.
Geppa, try hitting just some balls into pockets and tell me
Yeah,
what
that's what I'm doing.
color. Tell me what color you do in what order.
All right, I'm gonna go ahead. There, I just hit the maroon one into the corner thing. Does that help?
So she's gonna like start putting the books on the shelf in the order that Geppa is pocketing balls.
So he sank the maroon ball, and then you're putting the maroon book on the shelf.
Yeah.
Okay.
This isn't gonna work, but it's fun, she says to herself.
I'm pretty sure it's the white ball was the key, given the white crayon.
So what's next?
And I guess that happens. So like they go through the entire sequence and they
Okay.
have a row of books that didn't do anything, but it was fun.
So Geppa, you're going to sink all 10 balls in some arbitrary order?
Yeah.
At one point, when you go to sink one of the balls, give me everybody in the room, Leo, Geppa, and Alister, give me a perception check, please.
You got it.
I was just about to ask if one of the balls is empty.
Oh my
I got
God.
22.
That's a 7.
The balls themselves are identical except for their colors. What is a standard
That's
billiard
okay.
ball made out of? I know if it's made out of wood, it's like a bocce ball.
Resin.
I think it's some sort of resin.
Some sort of, is it just a resin coating over something? I don't even know.
Well, let's look at that.
Well, it depends. It
Yeah,
really
resin.
depends. They're mostly made out of like resin, different kinds of resin. You can get them made out of wood, clay, ivory. Ivory is
Ivory would,
popular
actually, ivory kind of sounds right to me.
because my grandfather had a very nice set of ivory billiard balls on his very old pool table that I cut up once when I was a child with a razor. I got in trouble for that.
According to ChatGPT, one of the first plastics, celluloid, introduced in the late 1800s, is a substitute for ivory. However, it was highly flammable and unstable.
Oh, excellent.
When you hit the pool ball so hard that it literally makes the trail of
Under
flames
what
after.
conditions do these balls burst into flames? Like,
I mean, people smoke in pool halls all the time.
that's what
so-
I'm like. Is it like cigar ash on the table, or can you just
I
see?
bet that's. I bet
think
that's
that
what
might be-
happened.
Is
I
it
think
like
that might be.
like phosphorus if two balls just strike
No,
hard enough
no,
they
no,
just
no.
burst?
They spark.
I know. I think I know what this is. I think that plastic is called bakelite or something like that. It's made out of like formaldehyde.
Okay,
And,
Oh,
yeah,
that's
it's-
very flammable.
we're
Yeah.
gonna say
Yeah,
these
yeah.
balls are made of ivory. That sounds correct to me. Like ivory, and then maybe with an outer painting of or outer layer of colored resin or colored lacquer or something like that. Geppa sinks one of the balls, and when he does, the netting that he sank the ball into comes undone, spilling all of the balls in that hole onto the floor, which causes kind of a racket. You picture 2 or 3 billiard balls falling to the floor. Leo, that happened when he sank the yellow ball.
Genevieve comes back in at the sound of that.
You're holding the yellow book in your hand, because that was the next one he called out.
Yeah. Wait, what happened?
I will.
I got
explain
the
what
yellow
happened.
one.
She looks at the book and opens it.
So walk me through one more time what happened, Rick, that I noticed.
Geppa sank some number of balls, some arbitrary number of balls into arbitrary pockets. When he put the yellow ball in, whatever pocket he sank it into, the netting underneath the table came undone, spilling the balls onto the floor.
I'm gonna investigate the netting.
Okay? It just looks like one of the ties was loose and it came undone. And if you take a second, you can just tie it back together real quick and secure it.
Okay. I'm gonna
Do
take
that and
this.
I was gonna say do that and then drop the yellow ball back in there.
Okay. I'll drop just the yellow ball and into the same pocket.
What do you mean when you say I dropped the yellow ball into the pocket?
This is the one that came undone.
Right, but
Just the yellow ball.
what are you doing?
But just by hand.
You're holding the yellow ball in your hand and then dropping it down into
Yeah.
the pocket,
Yeah.
and the pocket catches the ball.
Okay. I'm going
Okay.
to fill up the pocket with the same number of balls that Geppa had. Arbitrary number of balls.
Sure.
Okay. I'll take them all out. Geppa, use your stick thing and shoot it in this hole, the yellow ball.
Sure. I do that.
I kind of like the idea that Geppa is just like abnormally good at billiards, and he's by the end of the campaign, he's going to be like a pool hustler.
Hell yeah.
Just
When-
angles.
This time, hitting the cue into the yellow ball. The yellow ball sinks into the pocket, and as soon as it does, the netting comes undone. The yellow ball drops through and hits the floor with a thunk.
Okay.
Okay. So
Okay, why
whatever
is that
loot-
happening? Genevieve says, and she looks under it to like engineer it.
What was that a specific? I forget. Like if you said like it was a specific pocket.
No,
Can you
this
identify-
this could have been a different pocket on the table. And this time it was empty, whereas previously there were balls sitting in it.
So the yellow ball caused it to come undone, and it just to verify, because
Mhm.
I was saying just do it in the same pocket, but you said it could be a different pocket and we'd get the same results.
It doesn't matter what pocket he does. If he hits the cue ball into the yellow and sinks the yellow into a pocket, the pocket comes undone.
Okay. Put all of the other balls except for the yellow into play. Back into play on the table.
Sure.
And try it again.
Try the yellow
Yeah.
again?
Or no, just keep sinking balls.
Sure.
Maybe there's an
That's-
order here. We've already got
Perhaps.
yellow. Yeah.
Yeah, so yellow would be the first.
Yeah, try blue after that.
So you sink yellow into a pocket, and then you sink blue into a pocket, and that netting comes undone, and the blue ball falls to the floor.
I'm
with a
super
thump.
good at this, guys.
It's a code.
Is there
It's
anywhere
yellow and
is there
blue.
anywhere we might be able to figure out the rest of the sequence instead of me just blindly guessing? Anybody
I
seen
mean, it's
anything
going
at all
well
like that?
so far.
seems to be
You
going
said there
well
was a
so far.
magenta.
No.
Maroon.
It's like a mauve or something. There's
There's
some weird ugly
black,
color.
green, red, yellow, blue, purple, maroon, pink, tan, and orange.
Maroon. That's what I was looking for. Let's try maroon.
You sink the maroon ball, and this time, well, you're putting it into a fixed pocket or one of the ones that's come undone.
One of the ones that is fixed.
And it lands inside the pocket.
All right, let's take that back out and put a different card in.
And as you guys are doing this, the little bell rings in the billiard room, indicating that lunch is served.
I'm gonna run back as quickly as I can to see if I can't catch them. Like I'm trying to catch like the servants.
Oh, by the time the bell's rung, they would have already been out of the room. Like they would have
Yeah,
put out.
they would have been in here ringing the bell.
Well, you can't
mean, then
ring
I'll go
bells
this-
from you can't ring bells from the servants' quarters. That's not how it works. There's two systems of bells. The first system of bells is what would be appropriate in any manor house where individual rooms have pull cords that ring a bell in the servants' quarters to summon the servant to that room. The second system of bells are in individual rooms for the room escape staff to signal you that your meals are served. And you don't have
Okay.
access to those bells at all.
Okay. So I'm not fast enough. That's what you're saying.
Give me. Let's roll off.
I've
Give
done
me
math.
give me a dexterity check.
I've done the math. I can run 20.46 miles an
Give
hour.
me a dexterity check. Dexterity, athletics, perhaps.
Okay, well, athletic. I'll have to. Hold on. Let me get my. I rolled a 1,
Mhm.
but I
Wow,
am a
he's
monk.
so mad.
Are we
A
spending
little bit,
blips?
No, I'm not spending blips.
Okay.
I'm going to spend my D4s. I just gotta look up my D4 list and see what I got to work with.
Sure.
You said athletics.
Yeah, dex athletics.
Oh, just one D4. Okay. Okay, so that is a 10.
A 10? So you guys are in
Yeah.
here focused on these billiards balls, sinking one after another. You hear the lunch bell. Leo immediately darts out the door. Gone. Just blows past Allie. By the
trip
time
over her.
you get into the room, and at the corner of the table, for just a second, you catch a glimpse of Rafa the Rat Boy emptying his plate into a little sack and then
Hey,
scurrying off to the corner of the room.
Hey, Rafa. He goes, I won't look at you. I'll close my eyes.
And then he's gone. You hear the rustle of leaves from the planter in the corner.
Mm-hmm.
And then he's
He goes-
gone.
He goes, if you could still hear me, Rafa, I have a question. You can leave a note. That's cool. You found anything else? Anything?
Check under the plate he was stealing from.
He goes, just if you got anything to add, just let us know. Just leave a note on the table. We'll find it.
There is no note on the table at the moment.
Okay.
Before lunch is served, can I have done an investigation check in Elegant Sumai's room?
Yeah, there was nothing to find in any of the bedrooms.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
The
Bummer.
only exception is in the servants' quarters where Geppa is staying. You have an extra bell that you've traced to the secret room that Léopold. So you and all the NPCs are in there having your lunch. A gorgeous spread of cucumber sandwiches, hummus, a nice fruit plate, etc. Partway through the meal, as you guys are discussing what you found and what you solved, to various levels of enthusiasm. I think of the NPCs, probably Yvette is the one who's most enthused about the game itself.
Hugo's enjoying himself.
Everybody give me a perception check. I just want to know who got the highest.
Well, 7 is the current bar.
It's a 9.
Okay? Those both are low numbers.
15.
15 is pretty good. Can anybody beat a 15, or has Hugo got it?
I can't be a 15.
I rolled a 9. I don't...
Okay. So at one point, you guys are sitting there eating lunch, trading back and forth, and Allie is just upset about something. She's not happy with the progress you're making. She can tell that Sumai isn't helping and that Yvette's not smart enough to help, and she's throwing out accusations at everybody, and like Fenance isn't even paying attention half the time, and like Geppa and Leo are just playing pool all day, and Genevieve keeps writing in her stupid book and absolutely melting down. And then her clothes vanish off of her body.
Hugo turns away a little bit scandalized.
Hugo,
Really?
with the 15 perception, I'm going to go out on a limb and suggest that Hugo has not seen many naked girls. He doesn't seem like the type.
No, of course not. A gentleman would never.
So when this happens, when this extremely immature and mean-spirited prank comes to fruition, Hugo's first instinct is to decline his view. However,
To divert his gaze.
out of the corner of your eyes, you're diverting your gaze and putting your hand up. You notice there is a strange scar on her back in about the tramp stamp area. A strange circular mark of some kind where her tailbone is. And she was already halfway through a meltdown. And what's Alister and Geppa's immediate reaction to this?
What? A scar?
Shock and surprise.
Because this was the prank that Alister and Geppa have conspired on. Alister, would you like to explain what has happened here?
Oh, we just had Geppa replace her actual clothes with magical duplicates.
So Geppa
And
snuck
don't
in,
last for long.
stole Allie's outfit for the morning, and then Alister used his bard creation magic to create new clothes for her, but those only last for 2 hours. Her meltdown
get-
is severe.
Extra.
I'm going to give absolutely everybody at the table the stink eye
Yeah.
and linger on Genevieve.
Yeah.
Genevieve like looks up at Allie, sees that she isn't clothed, and is still yelling, and just looks back at her notes and keeps writing.
Because this is exactly the kind of thing Genevieve would do.
Mm-hmm.
And then I'm going to rush Allie out of the...
When you try to
In here.
approach her, she takes a swing at you with her hand.
Right.
6 points of slashing damage. This is not... You've been slapped by Allie before, right?
Right.
She has these like the little pretend girl slaps. That's not what this was. This felt like raking claws across your face. And it sends you reeling backwards. That's a serious hit.
Yeah.
That will make Genevieve stand up.
And then, as Genevieve is getting to her feet, I need everybody in the room. I'll roll for the NPCs. Everybody's present except Raph or the Rat Boy. I need a Constitution saving throw. Actually,
Are we about
Are you what?
to get... What was that spell that... You keep having warlocks dump on us? Like Circle of Death or something?
You're about to get Circle of Death?
A little low for that.
I can't fucking roll. That's an 11 on mine.
Yeah, I got a 9.
Hold on, I have to actually look up.
E10.
I have to actually look up the
Wait, hold
DC. The DC might not be more than 11. It might not be that bad.
19. Wow.
I didn't have any of my monster books out because I didn't put any combat into this adventure, but I did base this off of a monster stat block that I don't have handy because I'm a terrible DM that does not plan properly. Sorry about that. So Constitution saving throw DC is 13.
Hugo
failed.
fails.
That's a fail.
All right, I'm going to roll for the NPCs. Yvette fails. Sumai passes. Thenance passes. And Raph is not here. If you fail the saving throw, set yourself to 0 hit points. As this
That's rude.
shrieking wail shakes the room. And then, from the place where she was standing, this unnatural darkness seeps up from the ground like this cloud of smoke billowing out from where she was standing. And then suddenly she's not standing there anymore. By the time this magical darkness dissipates, she's no longer in the room with you.
Well, Genevieve, who's standing upright. Wait, is Genevieve the only one that passed?
I failed.
Rolled like a 4.
Yeah.
I have a
rolled a 2.
19.
So let's solve the
Yep, you
immediate
go down.
problem. Is that
Wow, okay.
Yvette failed, Thenance and Sumai passed, and Raph is not in the room. So the immediate problem is you've got people who are at 0 hit points and dying. So let's solve that problem first.
Okay,
Alister
well,
will cure people. He'll just cure everybody and just have like no spell slots left.
Did you pass?
No, I'm at 0 hit points though, but we're not unconscious at 0.
No, you're not unconscious, you're dying.
Oh, right.
We've changed
Are
up the
we-
death savers.
I mean, I can
can we
I
just
can
make
take a-
medicine checks? Or...
I can
I
cast
can take-
Goodberry.
If I can I take a bonus action while I'm?
Yeah,
Yeah, right. It's either an action or a bonus action, right?
You guys can do whatever you want. I mean, we're not on initiative at the moment, so we're not tracking individual actions. But you are.
Well, the reason why I'm asking is if I can use second wind to
Yeah, absolutely.
regain some hit points.
All you need to do
Okay.
is give everybody some hit points back. That's all you need to do.
I'll cast Goodberry and give everyone who failed a Goodberry.
Okay.
How many is that?
Looks like 5.
Okay, so I have 3 left.
And
Yeah, Alister can just like
4
cure
party
things.
members and Yvette.
as the
One hit.
echo of this
12.
wail reverberates and this darkness dissipates, Sumai is just sitting at the table, their elbows on the table and her head down and her fingers pressed into her ears. Even in this situation, very dainty and elegant.
Jerry stands up. Is everyone okay?
That's what the hell was that?
Everybody who failed the save is very not okay. You guys, like, your ears are bleeding and blown out. They're ringing terribly.
Leo's in the corner puking.
Leo, the hell is wrong with your girlfriend?
Where did she go?
The hell did you do, Jen?
What? Huh?
Is Geppa getting healed?
Everyone has gotten one hit
He,
point.
he had a good berry, so
Yeah,
I cast Good Berry
Alister,
for everyone.
Alister can give everybody a D8 hit points back if there's 5 people.
Okay.
So everybody, congrats, you get what's my modifier? I hate this character. Everybody gets 5 hit points back because Alister can't roll.
Now, here's the thing: is like this is the third character he's played at a Flumph table, and I feel like he's hated the previous 2 as well. So I wonder if there's is there a common denominator here we could look at? Stop blowing your guys'
Ability to
eardrums
roll
out,
dice.
and you've ruined an NPC's life. I think now's a great time to take a little break. Go ahead and pull the curtain down if you want to go ahead and get your coffee, get your bagel. And why don't we reconvene in about 15 minutes?
Don't mind if I do.
Today's snack, just a Pop-Tart. Nothing special. I do have a big pile of buffalo wings in the fridge that my wife got from whatever bar she went to hang out in that looked really good, but unfortunately, they're barbecue wings, and I can't eat barbecue sauce.
Why not?
Because I don't like barbecue sauce.
Oh, it's a valid reason.
Destil, you're in the tunnel.
Yeah, I'm sorry.
He's got a lot to say in the tunnel.
He's in like the double tunnel. Like you never got that quiet even when you go in the tunnel.
My headset, my microphone is up.
Ah,
You don't hear the disgusting sounds of me eating.
fair.
So yeah, instead of a copy of Daggerheart, we got the 3 villainous characters that we didn't know existed. They're new expansions that nobody told me about. I'm gonna
Is
see.
any of them Kefka?
No, they're Disney villains. I want to see if there's any other that I don't know of. It's weird how they sold it. So, okay, they've got Oogie Boogie, who's in his own little box. Like, he's on his own. Like, he's just the Oogie Boogie expansion, I guess. Because the expansions up to now have all had 3 villains in them. But we got one that had 2. It had King Candy and Shere Khan. And then one that has 1, which is Oogie Boogie. And I guess that's it. Everything else is from Marvel Villainous, which is not compatible. Or Star Wars Villainous, which is also not compatible. So yeah, I guess these are the last characters that we needed.
But going by that sort of naming scheme, you'd think that they would be. It's like the Wii U all over again.
Yeah, it's unfortunate that the Marvel and Star Wars ones are not compatible with the Disney ones. It's like they're 3 separate games. Too bad. Are there even enough cool Star Wars villains to get a full...
I mean, Phasma's pretty cool.
Who's Phasma?
She was the stormtrooper commander in Last Jedi.
Okay, apparently there's one Star Wars villainous expansion, and she's in the expansion with Darth Maul. You're gonna put Darth Maul in the expansion? Who's in the main box if you don't have Darth Maul in here? Vader, Ren, General Grievous, Asajj Ventress.
Aha.
Who's that?
I believe she's like Anakin Skywalker's like secret evil apprentice or some such.
And Moff Gideon.
Don't know about that. Might be
That's
some
the-
TV show shit.
That's
Villain from Mandalorian.
You don't put Darth Maul in the base villain set. Come on. That's like not having Scar in the base Disney villain set, which they didn't.
You know, maybe they know something you don't.
Yeah, they know they can sell you Scar and Darth Maul later, is what they know.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay, so they have done other just single character villainous expansions. Like they have Venom for the Marvel set is on his own thing. So I guess they've done it before.
And people will pay money.
I love the game, and I love having all the different expansions, so I'll buy how many characters as they put out. It's just, it's weird that we have 3 new characters, but instead of giving us the regular expansion with 3 characters, they gave us a box with 2 and a box with 1. And I've also noticed that they're selling the base game, but with only 4 villains in it. With Maleficent, Captain Hook, Ursula, or Prince John. So you buy the base game, but you don't get Jafar, which is fine because Jafar sucks. I don't know. I miss
I've
playing
almost
villains.
won with Jafar once.
Almost. I almost won with Hades once. It was a rush. I've won with Ursula multiple times. Ursula can get away with anything because nobody knows how she works. But yeah, I gotta crack these guys open and see how they play. It hurt on the inside when I mentioned Shere Khan the other day, and everybody was like, "Oh, you mean from Tailspin?" No, come on. King Candy, that was Wreck-It Ralph, wasn't it?
I stand by my comments.
No, as well you should, but we stand opposed, sir.
Yeah, it was Wreck-It Ralph. I mean, by that logic, you could put Dr. Robotnik in there.
That'd be great. And like Oogie
Or
Boogie,
Zangief.
I never associate Nightmare Before Christmas as being a Disney property. Like they own it, but they didn't make it. I guess that's also true of Star Wars and Marvel, though. They just own everything. I have played all the decks, but I haven't won with all of them. I still haven't won Pete. I've never won Jafar. Not for lack of trying.
Nobody has.
Nobody's ever won with Jafar.
Or Hades.
I have won with Hades, but it was against people who don't know how to play. I almost won once at our table with like real people, but it didn't work out. Oh, and I haven't won Cruella de Vil yet. I miss
Win
Phil.
condition. Kill and skin 100 fucking puppies.
Yeah, that's what she has to do. She has to actually...
Ugh.
I think she has to actually get 101 puppy counters or something. I have to double check.
Like
Well,
any.
see, the titular 101 Dalmatians includes the adult dogs, Pongo and Perdita.
Oh, I'm sorry. Maybe they only got to get 99.
So it
But
may
like-
just be 99.
But any villainous deck that requires a visible, easy to see win condition is just hard mode.
Like Prince John, yeah.
I think Prince John is pretty easy. Like you can see his win, but up to a point you can't stop it anymore. Versus Hades, you can always see how close Hades is, and you always have a way to send him back to nothing. Jafar has the worst of both worlds because his win condition is hidden for most of the game, but it's really hard for him to advance. But once he does advance, now his win condition is visible, and everybody can just stop him immediately. The poor bastard.
It might be you have to like set up your hand of the cards you want to like get it good and then pull the trigger on it.
Yeah,
That might be the strat.
I've never gotten... I think that his deck just does not work. I'm of the opinion that that deck needs a little something something. I gotta win with Pete. That's such a... I've won with Gaston. That's a good deck. Gaston is good times.
Win condition, eat 4 dozen eggs. Yeah, I'm surprised with all the Beauty and the Beast that was in Kingdom Hearts 1 and 2. They didn't actually have Gaston in it.
Or Belle.
No, Belle's in Kingdom Hearts 2.
Oh, okay.
I'm back.
She is also one of the MacGuffin princesses in Kingdom Hearts 1, so you do see her.
You see like a stained glass of her.
They show up
Near the end, yeah.
after- yeah, they show up. It's like when Kyrie or whatever, like I think it's after like Sora turns into a Heartless or whatever, that little section.
Not going to sit here and try to
Yeah.
make sense of Kingdom Hearts.
So before we get started, I do have something real quick just to give y'all a heads up. I might have to jump up, but otherwise,
And get down.
yeah. So like, just if you like call for me and I'm not present, just pretend I have fallen off the face of the earth and you'll miss me forevermore.
That's fine.
So
Listen, it's not often you get to make those kinds of jokes, Treble. I'm sorry.
You make them as often as you want. What are you talking about?
The opportunity doesn't come along very often, though.
My primary
What is it?
problem with the Disney branding of like their Disney princesses line is that this automatically doesn't work because Belle and Mulan are not princesses. They're not royalty. They're not nobility. They have no titles. Belle has an entire song in the beginning of her movie about how she's just a common girl in this provincial town and that's not what she wants.
she literally marries a French prince at the end of the movie.
The French Prince
That
of
doesn't
Bel
make
Air.
her a princess.
Okay, but the version of Belle that they have in that princess lineup is not that.
I appreciate the joke, Brickroad.
And then Kingdom Hearts is like, okay, so Belle is a princess and Kyrie is the secret anime princess, but Ariel, not a princess. Does not qualify. Why? They're
Daughter
just
of
being
King
racist.
Triton. Daughter of King Triton.
Yeah, but she's not a
Like,
princess in terms of the Kingdom Hearts storyline where they're like,
Well, that's because she fights.
What are they-
Princesses can't fight, apparently.
they're like collecting princesses for their secret princess juice or whatever. I forget what they're doing.
Yes.
It's being a princess in Kingdom Hearts has got to do with like the quality, some quality of your heart.
Okay. So what are we
So,
saying? Ariel sucks?
I mean,
Has a bad
I've
heart?
played Kingdom. Hey,
She-
I've played through fucking Atlantis in Kingdom Hearts 1, and I've played through fucking Atlantis in Kingdom Hearts 2. That's all I'm gonna say.
Okay.
She shoots
yes.
lightning at people in Kingdom Hearts 1. That's fine.
Fish people don't count? If fish
think
people
she's
don't
like
count,
half-
anime people shouldn't count.
Do you think she's like half red meat, half white meat?
Oh, no.
Are we saying like
there's a-
humans are red meat?
Yeah, pork is red meat.
So
Look-
like, is she like a? Do you think there's a gradient where it like just like a stark line where the meat changes?
I have. This has been one of my favorite Disney films my entire life. I have probably had more space in my head for Ariel as a character than any of you, and I have never once given thought to what it would be like to eat her. So thank you for implanting a new horrific thought. And you know what? I don't like fish, so I'm going to stay out of this. I wouldn't eat either part of her, because I don't eat humans and I don't eat fish. So
So you would need the bottom part then.
I wouldn't eat either part. Just not interested.
I mean, the top part is not human because she's not human.
I mean, the real question is, does she give birth or lay eggs?
Futurama answers this question.
I do declare I've got the vapors.
Forgot about that. The lost city of Atlanta.
Yes.
That was the thing I returned to.
So good.
What, me getting the vapors
Raz-
or Futurama?
You're the only scientist here.
Futurama answers that question.
We need a scientist. Treble has posed a question that I must now infect you with. Treble, would you like to ask Raz what you just asked us?
Yeah, mermaids. Do you think they are red meat on the top and white meat on the bottom? Like, is there a gradient between, or just like a very like sudden shift?
Oh, definitely a sudden shift.
It's a sudden shift because you'd have the white meat muscles merging into the red meat muscles. They'd just be layered on top of each other.
Glad we got
anatomical
this
point of view, it's definitely
this
sudden.
question definitively answered.
I mean,
One thing,
the
Bob,
redness.
I got one, baby.
The redness of a meat is like how oxygenated it is, right?
No, it's just that fish are considered white meat, pork is considered red meat. And cow
Right,
is
but I'm-
obviously red meat.
But I mean, like, in terms of like whether meat is light or dark, like it depends on like how muscle activity and stuff like that.
Isn't it really what determines if it's red meat or not? I don't know what the actual scientific classification between red meat and white meat is.
Let's see.
It's important that we figure this out because none of us can
I
move
mean,
on.
is there
from
one?
this.
It might be just like, tomatoes are a vegetable, but or a fruit, but culinarily they're a vegetable.
How can we eat a mermaid without knowing the answer to this question?
It might also be something like taxonomical, like.
I mean,
how-
the real question is mermaid kosher?
Ooh, that's a good one. We'll have to call a rabbi.
Depends on whether or not they're wearing a yarmulke.
But is it a taxonomical question, like how coconuts are covered in hair and produce milk, therefore they're mammals?
Well, I'm pretty sure the whole red meat versus white meat was basically because chicken was kind of whitish and cow was reddish before we understood science. But now that we actually understand science,
Yeah, it's the amount of myoglobin.
All we've accomplished here is that science is BS. That's all we've proven here
No,
today.
it's
Science is
Science-
pointless, doesn't know
more
anything,
questions than answers.
can't help us at all.
How dare you?
And yet we're applying scientific method to our puzzle solutions in your silly D&D game.
Is that what you're doing? We have everybody back. I'm going to go
I
ahead and get rid
guess.
of this blindfold.
Well, I don't know. You just hit us with a banshee whale, and I'm kind of like, okay.
It was a banshee whale. Good call. I mean, it was pretty obvious, I suppose.
You've hit me with one of those before, Brickroad.
I used banshees in several previous campaigns, I feel like.
Yeah. You
All right.
sure have, and I've failed it. I failed that save on all of them, I think.
Nice. All right, so you guys have recovered from the initial shock of what has happened. So Hugo, you saw that she has scarring at her tailbone, this smooth circular scar, and then she let it up to this banshee wail, and then the room filled with magical darkness, and by the time the echoes are gone and your ears stop ringing, and the darkness cloud has dissipated, she is not in the room.
Well, she couldn't have gotten far. We're all
Let's-
sealed in here.
Let's start here. Do Geppa and Alister come clean?
hell no.
No.
No, I mean, I don't think that's my position. That's someone else's job.
Okay.
Leo immediately thinks Genevieve did it
Okay.
because Genevieve
How?
is constantly doing pranks.
We
I-
got
I
weird
mean-
magical shit. Who knows?
She stops and thinks about that, and she says, "Oh, yeah, I guess I am the prankster, huh?"
Tenants crosses
She goes
his
back
arms.
to writing her notes.
Was that part of the?
Tenants reaches
Otherwise-
forward, puts his hand on Genevieve's notebook, and gently lowers it to the table. Do you allow him to do that?
Yeah, no, that's fine.
Captures her
Yeah, what's up?
attention. If you did something to this girl, he has a very stern look on his face. Like if this was your work, this was beyond the pale. This was not a mere prank.
She gets her pen in hand and finishes writing the sentence in her table that said, "Disappeared without a trace. Why?" And she says, "Have you seen anything that I'm writing?"
He's looking directly, making direct eye contact.
Yeah.
Says, no, that would be rude. To prove
Well,
someone's
then I invite
notes
you to
without permission.
look. Well, then I would invite you to look, since you seem to want to have your hands all over my book without my permission. And
Genevieve, please calm down.
She points at the sentence she wrote. Allie disappeared. Half of my dormmates nearly died. Why? Question mark, question mark, question mark.
He looks at it. So you're saying this was not your doing.
No, it was not my doing.
It's clearly not part of the game.
I mean, if
could
it
be.
was, that would be awful. And she kind of shudders thinking of that.
I mean, they did poison our food.
But would they, like, blow up Allie like that?
They may not have known she'd respond that way. I don't know. All I know is they did try to poison our food before. Last time we were eating. Seems like nothing
But
good
that
comes
was-
from eating.
But that was just drowsy medication. That was some kind of medicine to make us drowsy. That wasn't rupturing our ears and making us nearly bleed to death on the floor.
Genevieve's going to cast message and message Geppa across the table.
Mhm.
Did Ellen have a part in this?
Geppa will respond. I don't know.
I see that
Do I
buck
have to make a-
being passed.
Do I need to make a deception for that?
Only if you want Genevieve to be able to tell you're lying. If you just, this technically would be a PvP roll, and usually in a PvP
Yeah.
roll, I just let the players decide what happens. So if you,
What would be more interesting if Genevieve could read Geppa?
I mean, Geppa's not a very good liar.
that's
I'll
up
just
to you
tell
guys. I'll let you
Yeah.
guys. If you want to solve it with a roll, we'll roll. If you just want to decide how it plays out, we'll decide how it plays out.
On the other hand, Geppa, remember, Ellen didn't actually have anything to do with this.
Yeah, yeah.
Because you stepped in and you were like, no, I'm good enough. We don't need to use Ellen.
She's gonna hear your response, and then like something's gonna catch her attention as she like thinks it over, and she's gonna cast a glance at Geppa, and then write something in her notebook. And that's
Yvette is like getting her bearings, and she has one of the cloth napkins from the table, and she's like cleaning the blood dripping from her burst eardrum. That definitely was not part of the game, was it?
No,
No.
I'm gonna go
Alister
find
will
her.
check to make sure Yvette's okay.
Who the is Elegant Sumai all right?
Yeah, she passed her save. She was just sitting at the table with her fingers on her ears, and now she's just sitting in silence regarding the conversation.
Well, we should probably go find her. Alister will stand up.
Okay, so why doesn't everybody show me where in the house you're going to try to find Allie?
Gosh, I don't know where Jen would start. Upstairs.
Jen's going upstairs. Alister's going upstairs.
Yeah, Alister's gonna check on like small rooms.
Okay.
Is this a room up here? I thought that was the top of this like greenhouse or something.
Yeah,
I'm
and that
gonna go
looks
to
like it's
wherever
the
her
top
clothes
of like this looks like a little conservatory, and then this looks like it's just the. Like, it looks like a
secondly,
glass house.
Is this a room?
Sure, it looks like a little a closet or something.
Well, I mean, there's no way to get into it. I assume this is just like it was intended to be a secret passage.
It's a secret room.
Yeah.
There's an obvious secret door behind one of these trophies that goes into it.
I don't think we've gone
Supposedly.
in it. But...
Genevieve, you hear what can only be, as you're going around, everybody's checking out different areas. You hear what can only be described coming from the studio as a shrill cackling sound. It sounds reminiscent of the wail you heard earlier, but with laughter mixed into it. And rather
so it
than
is
hearing the laughter directly, you almost only hear its echoing.
But I hear it in this direction.
You hear it coming from the studio.
So Genevieve will go in, but she'll tell Thennance, wait outside in case she shrieks again.
He's not
Not
gonna,
knowing anything about banshees.
He's not going to wait outside if one of the other players is endangered. Absolutely not. This is
Okay,
a
but-
lawful, good, God-fearing man.
Well, Genevieve is trying to protect her. It's not senpai. That's an older.
Oh hi.
What's the opposite of
Yeah.
senpai?
What is the opposite of senpai?
Kohai.
He's- Yeah,
It is
Kohai.
Kohai.
I hate that
She's
you know
trying to
that.
protect him. Yeah, well, I'm playing Persona 5 Strikers, and it's like, oh, I know all this language again. That's right.
I want to go back to not knowing that. So I need somebody to come to my house and stab the part of my brain that knows that now. You
Okay,
see
so
a
Genevieve will
horrific
go-
sight in this room.
Oh, good.
Dangling from one of the crossbeams in the ceiling is Rafa the Rat Boy. He's hanging limp. And his tail has been, his breeches have been pulled down, his tail has been pulled out of them, and has been crudely and painfully tied into a knot across one of the crossbeams. And as you get into the room, you see that black smoke, that magical darkness dissipating up into the ceiling. He's hanging there unconscious.
I immediately help Rafa down.
How?
So he's up in the rafters?
So what she has done, because he's a literal rat folk, which means he's got a long rat tail.
Yep.
She's yanked down his breeches, pulled the tail out, hoisted him up by it, and tied the tail off to one of the crossbeams.
That is awful.
Absurdly painful. Like, you don't even have a tail, and it looks painful.
Yeah.
Maybe Genevieve does have a tail. I guess I don't know.
No. Genevieve's going to cast Levitate on herself.
Sure.
She's going to levitate up so that she can be level with him and help untie him and then carry him back down safely.
Okay, well, Thenance can stay underneath you as the unconscious rat boy.
I mean, it's just part of the levitate spell. So.
And I mean, the inside of, like, rats have, like, little bones and stuff in their tails, don't they?
Yeah, that
Yes.
fucking hurts.
Yes. Yes.
Tails aren't prehensile. No.
Yeah.
Must hit, like, there's lots of bruising and scratches. Tail's definitely not supposed to do this, and is definitely not supposed to be holding his weight. So a lot of clear damage has been done.
We need to heal him, Genevieve tells Thenance.
Thenance has a first aid kit handy. He's a cleric.
I mean, can he cure wounds? Probably better than Genevieve.
I don't have a stat block for Thenance, but I do.
Does he have a level 2 slot that he could use on it?
I do believe I have. Let me double check that I haven't marked with any classes before I make that decision.
Yeah. Otherwise, Jen will, but she's just burning all her spell slots.
He's actually a warlock.
He's actually a warlock. That's right.
What did I miss?
Yeah, he's an Aethar in training. I'll give him some like level 1 spell slots. He can do some cure wounds.
Yeah. Let's just get him conscious. Or get Rafa conscious. I guess we'll just do this. We'll actually use this token.
So, Alister, where you're standing is not a room. This is the ceiling of the glass house on the first floor down here, which you don't have access to anymore.
Then he's gonna check room to room.
Okay. So Geppa's checking in the kitchen.
Yep.
Geppa. In the kitchen, along one of the counters, you can see where somebody was partway through prepping what looks to be the evening meal.
Mm-hmm.
Like there's like a side of beef that's half trimmed. There's some vegetables chopped up in a bowl that haven't been washed yet. Something interrupted the food prep in this room.
Okay.
Hugo has gone into the music room, which looks about the same as it always did.
Hugo would insist that Elegance of my stay behind him in the previous room, just in case that creature is here again.
Leo, you head back into the room, into the, what are we calling this? Sitting room. All of Allie's personal effects, her whatever luggage she probably had a huge steamer trunk full of strewn everywhere throughout the room, like a bomb has gone off. The quilt from where she was sleeping last night is gone.
I'm gonna sigh. Leo is very upset by this. Like, he's livid.
Yeah, he ought to be.
So he's going to pick her stuff up.
Okay, so
he's gonna for the next few minutes doing.
Are we folding it nicely and putting it like how she would have liked it, or are we just?
I will do a quick fold and just get it up out of the floor.
Okay.
I'm not gonna like pack her stuff, but I'm just gonna get it out of the floor and kind of halfway.
Where
Just kind of like that way that like a 13 or 14-year-old boy would fold his clothes, you know?
where did
Lay 'em
Geppa
in the
put
chair.
the clothes that he stole from her? Like, where did he hide them?
Probably gave him the Alister, like did a swap,
So where did Alister put them?
because he would have needed them to like make the duplicate, right?
Honestly, Alister might have destroyed them afterwards. Like, Alister's
What?
not going to leave evidence.
Really?
Wow, that's not really a prank then, but that's not my job.
Yeah, that's a little.
Okay,
That's
if that's the case, Alister would have
crime.
put him back with her stuff after she had put him on. Then
You would have snuck them back
because he
in.
isn't evil, he is good.
That is a crime.
So if you
committed a
snuck
crime.
them back in, then yeah, Leo, you find the outfit that she was ostensibly wearing or thought she was wearing. But all that's missing from the room is the quilt that she was using last night when she was asleep.
Mm-hmm.
Genevieve wants to send Thenance out to tell everybody about Rafa, and she's gonna put Rafa in a bed
Okay.
so that he can rest.
So Thenance is going to start, so I guess for Alister would know because they'd have to cross paths in the hallway that they found Rafa unconscious. And about this time, Geppa, the kitchen door opens up, and a very angry and upset Ellen with bleeding ears steps into the room. She's holding in one hand. Actually, let me double check her stat block. Is she actually proficient with like daggers? Is that what she does? Is she
Think so.
a daggerman?
Believe
I would
so.
hope so. Most characters are, aren't they?
She's a
A
rogue.
daggeroid.
I mean, it's a simple weapon.
Well, I know everybody's proficient in it, but I forget if that's actually the weapon I put on her stat block. It is. She's into daggers. Okay. And you see in one hand, she's holding like a butcher knife that's covered in beef blood. And on the other hand, she's holding what would be her personal dagger, her actual melee weapon. She steps into the room and just, what the shit, Geppa?
Why do you think it's my fault?
So look, I'll blame you for this later if I have to. For right now, I have... Krista's in the other room and I can't wake her up.
Oof. I hand her. I get a good berry, and I go
Okay.
to the other room with her.
Okay. She has Krista in this room here. No, not this room. There's nowhere for her to lay down. Where's the nearest room for someone to like lay down?
It's probably not on this floor.
Well, you know what? Probably in the music room then.
Okay.
She's got a spot on the floor on this nice big rug where Krista's laying down. And yeah, her ears are blown out and she is unconscious. What was that? What was that sound? Who is screaming? What's going on?
Well, they're in this room. I don't know why everybody's going in this room.
Yeah, she went into the music room.
Oh,
Did Rafa need healing, or did he get that?
Rafa got a cure
see
wounds
what
from
you mean.
Thenance.
Okay.
Yeah.
Who explains to Ellen what's going on?
near as I can tell,
Okay, you go for
when
it.
we were at dinner, here's what I could tell. Hugo looks a little flustered and embarrassed to say, her Ali's clothes vanished, and she shrieked. And I assume you all heard it while we were taking our evening meal.
Yeah,
Or our
you
afternoon
were
meal.
in there having the midday meal. The two servants were in
Yeah.
the kitchen prepping the evening meal at the time.
Yeah, that's right. The afternoon meal. That's what I meant to say. I'm sorry.
Afternoon tea, I think, is what I have in my notes. Okay. Well, where is she now?
I don't know. I think the others are looking for her right now. She doesn't appear to be on this floor.
Did she do this? As she points to, I mean, everybody's got bleeding ears.
it was her that shrieked, and so I don't know. I've never seen a creature of her like before.
So
If that's the case, I'm not going to assume anything, but
we're just stuck here with a creature that can make our brains explode by yelling at us? Is that what you're saying?
I mean, we've probably been stuck here with a creature that can make our brains explode for yelling at us the whole time. We just didn't know until now.
Okay. And
If
then
you
suddenly,
think about it that way.
So that's better, right?
what's Leo's thought?
At least now we know.
I was just say, like, and if you think, I was gonna make a joke and like what he said, like, and if you think about it, I did us all a favor. But no.
Ellen suddenly looks very, very guilty about something.
Did you? I'll point at her. Did you do this?
did you cause this?
No.
I'll do the
Look, I know-
watching you motion.
Look, I know you and Geppa aren't exactly the best friends, but
Oh, what are you talking about? I fucking love Geppa.
Yeah, what are you talking about?
How dare you?
Geppa has come into the common room of our dormitory with notes signed by you, X's and O's. After
You stole-
returning things of his that have vanished.
You stole his clothes once.
I think you guys are all way overthinking this.
Ellen confides that until you solve the puzzles in the house, there is no exit from the house. That's how it's designed. You have to unlock the door at the end. And the only person who knows that the proper procedure for doing that is Krista, who is unconscious. And we can't get out of here to get her medical help. And if she doesn't wake up, then we're just stuck in here.
You gave her a good berry, didn't you?
You did, but
She's
she did
still
not wake up.
Okay.
I mean,
That's
we
not
just solved
ideal.
the puzzles then, right?
He is
No,
breathing,
you
though,
can't.
right?
Oh, you guys. Okay, look. I didn't tell Krista, but I messed with some of the puzzles to make sure Geppa couldn't solve them. So he would look stupid at the end, and I would have to come out and open the door at the end. But I can't do that without Krista. And
What
you can't
puzzles
tell
did you
anybody,
mess
because if you do, I'll get fired from this job.
Wait, do you need this job?
No, I don't need this job. I only got this job because you said you were going to come here, and I wanted to
Then why
mess
do
with
you care
you.
if you get fired?
What do you care if you get fired?
I just... Don't we have bigger problems right now? And she motions to the unconscious bleeding girl on the floor.
All right, then. First, all right, we need to know which of the puzzles you fucked with, so that way we can course correct and get back on track to solving this thing. Then.
Look, I sat through an orientation where they went through and walked through the puzzles and stuff, but I didn't pay attention because I didn't think it would matter. I just grabbed one of the props and switched it out with an unused prop, and I don't know what Krista did with it. It was like card stock, and she shows you like the size of a piece of paper folded in half, and I don't know where it went or what it said or what it was supposed to do. I just knew it would screw with Geppa.
Okay, then. We have to operate with that handicap then.
Genevieve,
Yes.
I want you to DM my laptop account here on Discord, if you don't mind.
Let me find it.
I am going to ask a question of you over DM.
Sure. Oh, where are you?
You're gonna get a message from me in a second. You just reply to it.
Okay, it's faster if I just do this.
I thought long and hard on which of you to pick on here, right? And like I pick
Right.
on Chris all the time, like all day. Every
Oh,
day.
I gotta
You
think
do.
about this.
Right.
You do pick on Chris a lot.
And I feel like Treble, like he got enough last campaign. And McDohl's in for it later this campaign. Like, you just wait, son. And you can't pick on Destil because he just picks on me back. And, like, I can't handle that.
Yeah.
So we're definitely going to pick on Raz now.
I pick on myself too. Let's be real here.
You did pick on Raz.
That's
last
the main
campaign
reason
pretty
you can't pick
heavily.
on me.
Destil did cause me to rewrite this entire part of this storyline for this campaign. But I like this better. It's working a lot better. Okay. So immediately it looks
I'm
as
trying
though
to remember what the word is called.
if you give Krista, you get her to swallow a good berry, she's stabilized, but she does not wake up.
Okay, so but she is breathing, right?
She's breathing. She's not in any danger of dying, unless further assault happens. And same thing with Rafa. You get Rafa upstairs. You lay him down in your bed. You get him stabilized. He's unconscious unless you. Yeah, I'm gonna say he's unconscious for now. You get him stabilized, but he's not gonna wake up right away.
Okay.
I assume he's gonna have to
There you
like
go.
wear a cast on his tail or bandages. Okay, let me read this.
I've got it. All right. So
Now, I've only had like 5 seconds to think about it, so
Mhm.
I'm just gonna go with that.
I like this. I like this a lot. I like this for a reason that I can explain later.
Okay.
Like that's absolutely wonderful. Okay. So what's next?
Alister is basically at this point just walking around the house yelling for Allie. Like, Allie, are you okay? Allie, where'd you go? Allie, come back.
No response.
Jen's gonna lean out the door and hear Alister and say, "Hey, can you come in here?" And like,
Yeah.
there's Raph on the bed. Like, I mean, I've got him as comfortable as possible, but I'm not a doctor. Do you know anything about medicine?
I can fake it till I make it.
Thenance does. Thenance would
I mean,
have medicine as
Thenance-
a trained skill.
Okay, well, Thenna's tried cure wounds, but he's still unconscious. Raph is still unconscious, right? She doesn't know why.
Yeah, both Rafa and Krista are at this point.
Oh, let's see. I don't have Intellect Fortress right now. Does it look like any magic is on Rafa?
Give me a medicine check.
Can Thenance help with that?
Hey, that's a 20.
But you always roll awful.
I know.
Except, so yeah, looking him over, what I'll tell you is the Cure Wounds spell, it would not be uncommon or for it to not restore consciousness to somebody that doesn't have class levels. Does that make sense? This is not an adventuring character. This is a commoner with a commoner stat block. So the Cure Wounds spell has caused his wounds to heal and caused his trauma to abide for the moment, but it would not necessarily spring them back to consciousness. So it's not necessarily an indication that he's more hurt or more injured than he is. You have successfully done all the healing you can, and now he's just kind of naturally resting.
Okay, so there's no need for Dispel Magic to get rid of anything nasty.
No, as far as you know.
Alistair will communicate that. He just needs sleep and rest. There's not much else we can do for him right now.
Okay. She puts
So let's
down the
leave him up
like
here and
cloth that she was trying to wrap around his tail or something. And
Okay.
Where's everybody else? Are they downstairs?
Thenance will volunteer
don't
to watch the two injured parties as you guys are doing whatever you need to.
All right. Thanks, Penance. Say a prayer, pray for them.
So what room
Can we
are you
get
going to put Krista and Rafa
Krista?
in the same room?
yeah,
Yeah,
put
that's what
them
I'm
in.
thinking.
Put them in these beds here because Thenance and Genevieve have been staying in this room.
Okay.
I assume Genevieve has like a cot or something.
Sure.
Not shown. Yeah.
Yeah, that's fine.
She can sleep anywhere. So. Oh, that's Ellen. Let me put a Krista down. Oh, that's Trade Winds. Why are there so many chits that are named?
Because you keep naming them. In 10
Yeah,
years, I have never named a chit. It's always players doing that.
There she is. She's unconscious.
Somebody spelled Sumai's name correctly, but it's actually hyphenated. It's SU hyphen my.
Something just occurred to me.
Yeah.
Is I'm gonna call out and ask for trade win.
Okay, you do that.
Ask if he's still in the area.
I don't think you guys have seen him since you've entered the house.
I thought we
Are you
saw
trying
him
to get-
once.
Are you trying to get an early start on bingo?
No, I was gonna ask him if he'd seen where the.
Have you seen him since you've entered the house?
I recall yes, but that I could be wrong.
It's possible.
I
You,
recall
think you-
lots of things.
I think you gave us the chance to like fail a roll, and then when that happens, I just grab his token and like whirl it around whoever that is. And like that's kind of all. I don't think he's actually been in the house.
so, most importantly, you don't see him now. When you call out for him, he does not appear.
All right.
Allie, where are you? We're not mad. Just come out. We want to make sure you're okay.
And calling her name avails you not.
Alister, I'm mad. Whoever did this, I am going to. I don't know what I'm going to do. This was just wrong and evil. And whoever did this should be ashamed of themselves. And I don't know if I'll be able to like look them in the eye the same way.
I know, right? Like, what kind of fricked up house is this? She's the one that wanted to come here. She doesn't deserve this.
What's your alignment?
Good enough.
So Alistair's just abdicating all responsibility of this.
I mean,
Listen, he was just trying to help, okay?
Mm-hmm.
that's part of being a bard.
So what's next? You guys have the two injured parties. Thenance is watching over them.
Okay, so I guess if we're going back to like actually solving puzzles, like, did we finish getting the sequence in here?
No, you guys
We
were
didn't.
playing with the
That's
billiard
what I was
balls.
going to suggest.
Yeah, when you got called away for tea.
Yeah, let's keep working on that because that's producing a result.
I have a
Let's
slightly
produce-
probably better idea.
Yeah.
So we have injured parties now. I think process is out. We've got 2 locks that can be picked.
Oh, I was actually thinking that earlier. Yeah, no, at this point,
Agreed. Yeah.
Genevieve would pick the lock
Okay.
on here. Or try
Geppa,
to.
you and I, let's go work on that. Let's go work on that billiards puzzle.
Let's. I believe in my math class they called this brute forcing it.
Genevieve.
Genevieve is
Indeed.
going to shout emergency preparations. She's going to cast enhance ability.
Yep. Dexterity.
Oh no, I removed it. Oh, I don't have it today. I removed it to cast a web for some reason. Okay, so I'm just gonna lockpick.
Yep. Dexterity, thieves' tools.
Yeah, I'm probably okay.
Take a bard die. Take a bard die.
Not if Alistair's upstairs. She won't.
Well, I mean,
This is dexterity, right?
Yeah,
So
dexterity.
token does not represent actual location.
19.
The token literally is the only thing I have to go on to know where everybody's standing. 19.
Yeah, you got to be up on that.
Yeah,
Genevieve,
is a
you
19
do
good?
not pick the lock, but you learn
roll this
2 things about the lock as you
okay.
have succeeded on the roll. One, it is magically locked. A password will open this lock. The second thing you learn,
dispel magic.
there, despite having a keyhole, there is no physical key.
Yeah.
She says those things.
Okay.
Alister casts spell magic on the lock.
Alistair, when you cast Dispel Magic, the magic that's keeping the drawer locked dissipates, and the drawer can be opened.
Okay, she'll open it.
Inside, hold on, let me get my notes here, is what looks like an old hunting log or weather diary.
Okay.
It's the only thing in the drawer. It looks like an old ledger that's either a hunting log or a weather diary.
Well, let's open that up. Farmer's Almanac.
Inside, I mean, yeah, there's some Farmer's Almanac kind of stuff, but some of the pages are taken up with field notes of the expedition which hunted the Triceratops. There are many references to the Triceratops by name in the book, but every time the creature's name was supposed to appear, it has been scratched out in differently colored ink. In fact, the Triceratops is mentioned 10 times by name over the course of the expedition. And each time it's scratched out in ink of a different color.
What if we take the white crayon and rub the white crayon over the names?
You can't get the name to appear that way.
What if we rub the corresponding color?
So the expedition describes that the decision to use a cockatrice's gaze was at first controversial, and that in capturing and using the cockatrice, 3 men died as a result on this expedition. The expedition leader was expelled from the group and never allowed to step foot in Triceratops Lodge.
All right, follow me, Jen. I'll show you where the other lock is, and I lead her to the one in the chimney.
If this one isn't openable, I'm not confident about this next one.
Well,
but
you won't know till you try.
Here we go. She climbs up.
Bear with me one moment.
Do you have your double tool proficiency yet? Just wondering.
No, that's level 6.
All right.
I think it's level 6. It's not level 5 though.
I've got my really
level 6.
Okay, so go ahead and give me that.
Apparently at level 4.
Dexterity Thieves Tools check. I'm going to impose disadvantage on this because you're wedged inside of a vertical shaft, kind of bracing your back against the ladder.
Well, I'm definitely going to use the bard dice on this.
Okay.
That is 16.
16. You hear the lock give way, indicating that there is a physical key that was supposed to open this lock. Behind a puzzle that Genevieve will never solve.
She shuts down the hearth shaft. It opened. What's behind it?
Initially, what's behind it? You don't have dark vision, do you?
No.
What's your light source?
She has her like 5 foot bright, 5 foot dim of visor light.
Okay. Does not pierce into the space beyond. Looks like there's like a small closet space, but impenetrable magical darkness. And before you have a chance to kind of orient yourself to realizing this is the same magical darkness as you experienced before in the dining room, it expels itself and dissipates around you.
Oh, I think I let something free.
Oh, you're not talking.
Wait, Alec? Oh, she can't say anything.
In fact, yeah, let's just go ahead and Genevieve.
Yeah.
Go ahead and take 7 points of bludgeoning damage as your unconscious body falls to the bottom of the hearth.
Can I try to catch her? Because I would.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Give me a.
I have the unconscious condition then.
Yes.
Not 0 hit points.
Correct.
All right.
Yeah, give me a strength athletics check. Let's see if you can catch her. And if you don't catch her, I'll just split the damage equally between the two of you.
I did not pass.
Okay.
I got that's like a 10.
A 10? A 10 will pass. 10's fine for this. You're just trying to catch a body that's falling directly down less than 10 feet.
Because I was like standing beneath her, kind of crouched down.
When you catch Genevieve, she's not asleep. Her eyes are wide open and they're rolled back in her head. Genevieve, you have a terrible, terrible vision. It's the most realistic and vivid dream you've ever had, to the point where it feels so real, it's as though the waking life up to this moment has been the dream. You're being pursued through endless cavern tunnels by a vast and monstrous worm. Just a maw of rows and rows and rows of razor-sharp teeth. And you can never get a clear view of this creature, because if you ever look back long enough to see it, it means it's close enough to catch you. And you know that you deserve to be caught. The feeling of guilt eating away at you, that you hear a woman's voice in this mocking sing-song tone telling you why you deserve this fate. when you broke into your mother's forge as a child because she was working late hours. The resentment that you felt, and you didn't have any other way to express it other than to sabotage her bellows. And you were never caught, and you never confessed, and nobody ever found out that you were the one who did it. But someone knows. This voice knows. And the sentence is to be devoured. And though you realize the sentence is fair, it's more than you deserve. This punishment is inevitable. You cannot stop your exhausted limbs from fleeing through these tunnels. All you guys know out here, Alister and Leo, is that Genevieve is laying, her eyes are wide open, rolled back, and her body is convulsing now and again with these small muscular movements, as though she's trying to move and can't.
Leo, what the hell was up there?
I don't know what Leo saw.
Leo
Did he
didn't see
see the-
anything. Genevieve said, "It's open!" and she fell.
Yeah, I didn't see anything.
You did it just like that. Well done. It's like, did I say that? I did.
So yeah, I was like, I didn't see anything. I guess. Here, hold her, and I'll pass her along to Alister,
Okay.
and then I'll start climbing up the.
When you climb up, you see a horrific sight, but a staged, performative, horrific sight. There's this little closet space as the panel has slid away with all the lead balls and such on it. And inside is an obviously fake corpse. It's obviously part of the set dressing of a man facing away, so facing the back of the closet. His back is to you, but his limbs and his neck and his legs have all been turned around. So his arms and his feet and his face are facing you, but his torso is rotated the wrong way, as though all of his bones and his neck have been broken. And he's wearing a filthy, tattered suit.
He's the backwards man.
I genuinely thought you were describing the Family Guy falling pose.
And yeah, he's just propped up inside of this closet, and his suit has pockets. And in the ceiling above his head, you see the missing bell. I'm sorry, the missing pull string you were looking for.
I guess I'll pull it.
You pull it, and the bell rings from inside the servants' quarters, the one that Boswick rang earlier while you were all standing there.
All right. I guess I'll rifle through the backwards man's pockets.
Inside his pocket, you don't find anything of value except a scrap of paper. When you open it up, it has the word Eastless on it.
Like the word, the direction east, and then less.
Yes, I'll go ahead and paste that in the chat here. Eastless.
Yeah.
So what's going on with Hugo and Geppa? You guys are trying to sink balls?
Yeah, we're
We
trying to. I
have,
think we're trying to brute force that puzzle,
Okay.
kind of. I think our methodology is I have him sink a ball into a into a pocket. Then when then either it gets released or it gets dropped. If it gets released to the floor or just sits in the pocket. If it sits in the pocket, Hugo rolls the ball back into play, and then has Hugo sink another one into that same pocket until it opens up.
So if you sink it into the same pocket, it'll already be tied up and open. You're saying you want to try to repair it between each one?
No.
No.
Can I ask? Do we have a list of the colors?
Yeah.
Somewhere.
Yeah, can you put that in the chat?
Yeah, the first two were yellow and blue. Were the ones
I
that
think
opened up. The
I think the thing to do is just take every color after that and just keep going until one does fall through.
So I'll read
yeah.
you the colors. You guys want to write them down real quick. Because these are the same colors that Alister found in the crayon box and the same colors that you found in the books on the library. There's white, black, green, red, yellow, blue, purple, maroon, pink, tan, and orange.
I think that's right. Did I get them all?
White, black, green, red, yellow, blue, purple, maroon, tan, pink, tan, and orange. That's all of them.
Okay.
So obviously on the
I-
table, the white ball is the cue.
I wanted to mention something really quickly that I just read.
Yeah.
Since Genevieve's unconscious, Boswick can take any action he wants to. He's going to just hop onto Léopold and hover around him, and Léopold can direct him. He can't communicate with Boswick, but
Léopold, this is
Boswick...
incredibly horrifying, and I'm going to explain why.
Boswick imprints on you because you're right there.
Yeah.
Boswick looks different. As he floats up to, what is he doing? Like he's a helmet. Is he trying to like get onto Leo's head? Is that what's happening?
Well, I've been very casually trying to get the Met icon for him. I wanted him to have an icon, but I think you've missed it or haven't checked the chat or whatever.
Okay,
But
I'll make one for next week.
Okay,
I'll
I
make-
imagine him as like an armored helmet, like
Yeah.
a full like knight's helmet
Okay.
with like glowy eyes, and the eyes like make expressions like they'll do like little carrots for happy or like angry like X's for like I'm damaged
Leo.
or whatever.
You've seen
Yeah.
Boswick floating around. This helmet with little glowy eyes, nice little, kind of reflecting Genevieve's kind of whimsical personality. No, but is Boswick made out of metal?
Yes.
Okay, still made out of metal. But the shape of him has changed. Instead of having the friendly eyes in the front, it is twisted into what looks like a wolf's face. Cloaked around the sides of the helmet, where it was just the sheaths on the sides, are folded wings, serpentine wings. And then coming down from the back of it and curling around a long, spindly tail. Otherwise, it acts exactly as Boswick would normally act and gives no indication that it knows it has been transformed whatsoever. This is the other reason I picked on Genevieve, because she had a helper buddy I could manipulate.
Concerning.
Yeah. Well, I was like, oh, how can I still do something?
Other than physical appearance, Boswick can act as normal.
Yeah. Boswick can take any action you would normally direct him to do.
Yes.
Which could be things like look or search or attack, but that's not going to come up, I hope.
Is this happening up in the shaft where only Leo can see it?
Well, right now, Genevieve has fallen into the room.
We're all in the room, I assume.
Yes.
So
Okay.
I don't know if it looks the same to Alister. I assume so.
Is there any indication that Allie is in this little crawl space?
No.
Okay, I'm going to call for Alister, drop the letter down to him.
I'm going to go back to
Tell
the
him-
billiards room and finish up there real quick.
Yeah.
So you guys are trying to brute force billiard balls by sticking them into netted pockets and seeing which ones break and in what order. Did I have that correct?
Yes.
That's going to
Correct.
work
That's
for the
accurate.
first 8 balls, but after that, you're going to be out of pockets. So I'm going to give you the first 8.
Okay.
They go in this order: yellow, blue, red, purple, orange, green, maroon, pink. And then you're out of pockets. At that point, all 8 pockets are broken.
Give me the last two after green.
The last two that you sunk were maroon and pink.
There's some color theory stuff going on here.
Maroon, pink, and then that would just leave some order of
Do
tan.
tan, black and white.
Tan. I would presume under like the standard rules of billiards that the black one would be last. But Here, let's do this. Hugo ties up one of the pockets
Okay.
and goes to Geppa. Here, put the tan one down in here. Like, hit it. Use the Q to put the tan one in here.
And when the tan ball hits the pocket, the netting breaks open, and the tan ball collapses down to the floor, just like the previous 8 have done.
Eureka. Hugo is Hugo's sitting on the floor with a piece of parchment, presumably torn from Genevieve's notebook or something.
Sure.
As he's taking notes on all this.
Or one of the many fake books in the house.
Yeah. All right, Geppa. He ties it back up. That should leave just the black one and the white one up there. Yes.
Yeah, looks to be.
All right. Use the white one to hit the black one into the pocket.
All right, I do that.
And as soon as he does that, a compartment on the side of the table gives way and opens up, revealing an empty space inside with a key.
Hugo gets bonked on the head, probably by that.
Not unless he's under the
By the
table
compartment.
at the moment.
Oh, no, I mentioned that's exactly what he was doing.
Okay.
Trying to. Because he's sitting under there, kind of calling up instructions to
All right,
Geppa.
you bang your head on this little panel that slides away. When you look inside, there's a small key, and the head of the key has a lead ball embedded into it.
Sequence breaking. Woo.
Hugo says, Eureka! And then he says, come on, Geppa. My lady, Geppa, let's go. Let's go find the others.
And they're in
Who
here.
is this? Oh, this is Ellen.
Ellen
name
is
of
also
the
kind of following you guys around. I don't have a chit for her, though.
Oh, I do. It's right here.
Ah. So they run in with the lead ball key.
Mm-hmm.
Hey, Leo, you said there was a panel of what the hell is happening here? What happened to Genevieve?
Well, she picked the lock that, and I'll point that key goes to. We got in there. I found the backward. Then she fell unconscious.
Hugo whimpers. That's just the saddest dog noise you've ever heard.
Mm-hmm.
Can all of us see the changes to Boswick?
Oh, yeah.
And then
Okay.
this has happened to Boswick,
That's horrifying.
which has led me to believe that Allie was somehow involved in Jin's situation. The backwards man was in there. He had this letter, and I will hand it over, and it just says Eastless.
Wait,
While you guys
sure?
are figuring that out, I am going to go look for Allie.
Are you sure Allie did that to Jen?
Leo's gone. He's climbed up the ladder and is up here now.
Okay.
Okay.
Yeah.
Geppa, go with him because I don't want anyone being alone here.
Sure.
Am I still unconscious in the hearth?
I'm assuming they would have put you on one of the chairs.
Okay, I could be on the couch.
Genevieve.
Yeah.
You awaken from Alister and Hugo's point of view. It could have only been a couple of minutes. Like, they came in the room, they had a short conversation with Leo. Leo and Geppa shimmied up the ladder. The rest of you were kind of settling into the making sense. And so Genevieve has only been out for a couple of minutes. Genevieve, when you open your eyes, it feels as though you have not slept in weeks. The weight of guilt does not dissipate. And it feels like you've been gone for an immeasurable amount of time.
She wakes up and immediately just shrieks like, "Ah! I'm sorry."
Don't do that. Don't do that.
Yvette throws her hands up over her ears, hoping to not get her brain blown out again.
Yeah, I forgot about that, the player, but Genevieve she's inconsolable. She's just weeping and crying, and she's, "I'm sorry, Mom. I'm sorry that I broke your forge."
Hugo crouches in front of Genevieve and he says, "Genevieve, it's okay. It's okay. You're where? It's me, Hugo."
Huh?
What the hell happened up there, Genevieve?
Can I get perception checks from Leo and Geppa, please?
Oh, they're upstairs.
We
Yeah.
need some.
Well, that's a 1, considering apparently I've inherited someone else's rolling from this session.
You're welcome. I think it's a 20 or a 21.
Someone should be upstairs with
Hey.
penance.
20.
Leo,
Yeah, it's a 20.
you hear
30.
soft weeping coming from the room where you left Fenance with the other two.
Yeah. Just bust in the room.
Is Geppa going with him?
Yeah.
Fenance is... Leo, we were with Allie the other day.
Yeah.
Were you not? This
Yeah.
time, he's using the same leather strap. He's got his shirt off. He's weeping, and he's muttering something as though he's confessing his sins. However, just like Boswick downstairs has transformed, so has the leather strap has transformed to be covered in metal hooks. And his back is crisscrossed with, I mean, you could just imagine. And he's just injuring himself repeatedly as penance.
Yeah. I just
Thanks, Mel Gibson.
disarm him.
Mm-hmm. So you reach forward and just try to take the strap out of his hand?
That, or like if I have to get more violent than that, I will.
You
If
probably
I have to,
don't.
like-
You just have to kind of wrest it away from him.
yeah.
I mean, he's done
Geppa?
enough violence to himself. And he throws his head back and he cries out that, I have not been diligent in walking my path. I have confessed. I have had impure thoughts. I have misstepped, O heir, forgive me.
Leo lets out another sigh.
Yeah.
I don't know how to deal with this. Like, I don't. Do you have any? Do you know how to deal with the religious types, Geppa?
Geppa,
Yes.
go ahead and answer that question, but also give me a second perception check since Leo is occupied. Let's see if you can do better than a 1 this time.
All right, let's see here. Not really. That's an 8.
Okay. See, he is just sitting there belting himself and expunging all of the guilt that he's carrying.
I'm gonna slap him in the face and tell him, "Oh, he's unconscious."
Who, Fenance?
No, that's Krista.
Chris is
Fenance, yep.
unconscious.
I'm gonna slap Fenance in the face and say, "Hey, do that in your own time. You're supposed to be watching the people that can't watch themselves."
And you kind of get his attention, and he's swaying back and forth. He's on his knees. He's badly injured at this point. And you can tell that some kind of traumatic delirium has set in. But you have seen it. You too are pursued by the worm.
Well, if I see this worm, I'm just gonna punch it.
He shakes his head. You must confess your guilt. You must own your crimes.
Like Leo has not a single thing he's guilty about.
Really? Nothing?
Yeah.
Nothing at all?
We can't like pin some of Miriam's past sins that were so bad they carry forward.
They're transitive across
Like
campaigns.
threads of karma. If we did that, then like
Leah'd be well in the negative still.
Yeah.
Okay.
Geppa, do you have some way to like give him a good berry?
Yeah, I have 1 good berry left.
Okay.
I'm gonna go outside.
Do my best to get him to eat it.
He accepts
I'm
it
taking the
graciously,
whip with me.
but he also admonishes Geppa and tries to convince Geppa to confess of his sins and alleviate himself of his own guilt. That the worm pursues all of them. What's
Geppa's
next?
gonna like come into this room. Not Geppa. Leo's gonna come in this room. He's gonna take that scourge.
Yeah.
And he's just going to like stuff it in a wastebasket or something, and
Sure.
like cover it.
Yeah.
With like some towels or something.
Yeah, just put some dirty
Hide
laundry
from
on it.
view.
Yeah, just like I'm just hiding it.
So what's the state of the other people in this room right now? They're all still unconscious and like they've been healed, but they aren't waking up.
No change in Krista, but as you're taking stock of them, you're pretty sure Raph is just pretending to be asleep at this point.
Okay. Okay.
He was awake the entire time while this guy was beating himself with the strap.
Yeah, possibly.
That's gonna fuck a guy up.
What's next?
He's just a little guy.
Little scrunkly rat guy.
Yeah.
Little scrungly guy. Got some trauma.
Leo like stomps out of the into the hall. God damn it, Allie! This isn't how you're supposed to do this. Come here, talk to me.
So Genevieve, to be clear, you're not compelled to do or act in any particular way, but no matter what you do, you cannot shake the weight of this guilt. And you also notice Boswick has transformed.
Ooh, cool duds. Wait, when did
Genevieve.
that happen?
Who
I
did
am
that?
sorry.
From what I understand, it happened just as soon as you fell unconscious. Right after you unlocked that panel.
I don't suppose it was trapped.
Why would why would they have lethal traps in this place?
That's why I suppose it wasn't trapped.
Maybe this place is not as safe as we thought it was.
No, I think it's because of what happened to Allie.
You think Allie did this?
I don't know. Like, maybe Allie is taking revenge for... I don't know. Like, I don't know what happened to her. Like, why her clothes...
Genevieve,
I don't know why.
give me a
why is Boswick
charisma
transformed?
saving throw, please,
Let's see here.
as you are pontificating over this.
7.
7, that's a low number for a saving throw.
That is a low number.
You
I
feel
only rolled a
this,
6.
this guilt that you're feeling about your own crimes that you've committed. And as you're having this conversation with Alister, like, I think what's happening here is a result of what happened to Allie. The guilt that you're feeling starts to turn into like righteous indignation. Like, a crime has been committed here against a person. And none of you are taking it seriously from a perspective of like attempting to seek justice for the wrong that was done. And it's starting to make you very, very angry. Again, you're not compelled to act in any particular way magically, but these emotions are at the front of your cortex as you're working through this conversation. You want to seek justice for what was done.
Trying to think of how I want to work that in with...
Yeah.
So, Genevieve looks at her notes with a sigh, and she says, I need to put something to writing, but I need you to both figure out what happened to Allie. There's something going on here. We need to find her, and we need to make sure she's okay.
I get that, but first we need to know what happened when you opened that panel.
Well, I opened the panel, and it was really dark.
Did you see anything?
No, you dumbass. It was dark. I even had my light pointed right at it. And she shines her helmet visor in your face.
Yeah. Jen,
Yeah,
what the
Stop
hell?
it.
Yeah, and yeah, you could see it's very bright, but I couldn't see anything.
And then
She
what
turns it
happened?
off. And then I woke up on the couch. I had a weird dream.
Tell me about it.
Well, I was running, and there was something chasing me. It looked kind of like a worm with a lot of teeth. I didn't really get a
That's
good look at
horrifying.
it because it was really creepy and gross, and I was already tired, so I just kept pushing forward. And for some reason, it made me think of my childhood. And she looks down at the paper where she's already written the line, "Dear Mother, I'm so sorry."
Okay.
And, like, that's all she's written so far.
Sure.
Can Alister tell if Jin's under any sort of magical effects that are persisting?
Are you trained in Arcana?
I am.
As far as you know, she's not. She was knocked unconscious by some kind of effect. Leo caught her. She rested for a moment. She woke up out of it.
Okay.
She looks at her notes and she says, "This is really irrational. Why am I feeling this right now?"
You don't
Hugo?
seem like you're under any magic effects.
Hugo looks at Yvette, Sumai, and Ellen. He says, "All right, from now on, none of us goes anywhere alone.
So I just
We'll
want
need
to
s-
double
we'll need
check.
someone."
Ellen was not appraised of the prank. She doesn't know anything about the prank, right?
Yeah,
Geppa-
the
Geppa-
initial idea was that she was going to steal the clothing, and then Geppa was like, "No, we don't need to involve her. I can do it myself. I have
Okay.
better stealth."
So there's no. So Ellen at this point would not reveal the prank to anybody else in the room because she doesn't know what's
No,
going
she
on.
has no idea what happened.
Got it. Okay,
Yeah.
go
I think
ahead.
the only person that knows is Alister in this room.
Go ahead, Hugo.
Yeah.
Go ahead and finish your thought, please.
None of us goes anywhere. No, none of us goes anywhere alone. We need someone else. We need someone else to watch the unconscious with Thenance upstairs. Do we have a volunteer?
You can have either Yvette or Sumai or Ellen do it.
Yvette, would you do this thing for me?
She nods. Yeah, of course. She kind of squares your shoulders back. Like, remember, she's from Northland, so she takes things like duty very seriously.
All right, thank you. I'm going to head upstairs, and we're going to regroup.
Oh my God! What did he do to his back?
Oh my God, what did he do to his back?
Oh my God, what did he do to his back?
Thenance, what did you do to your back?
This is what he did to his back.
Beep
I
beep
tell
boop
him.
boop boo.
So,
Fenance also slowly starts to come out of his kind of stupor the same way that Genevieve did, although he continuously expresses the need for everybody to cleanse themselves of sin.
Does he mention guilt?
Yes. Guilt, sin, penance, it's all kind of tied up. And he also mentions very specifically that the worm pursues you all. And Genevieve,
worm?
you can tell he's speaking of the exact self-same worm.
When did you have that vision? I just woke up from that.
is this part of the game, Hugo?
I don't think so. I think something else has come. I think something else has happened.
I mean, so
Something
Alright,
to do with what?
so Allie's
with
clothes
Al-
vanished.
Yes.
Genevieve's Boswick turned into a Tailwind's knockoff, and Penance is like lashing himself. So Penance Leo, where's the thing that he was hitting himself with? Like, does he always do this to himself?
It transformed. I hit it. to
Okay, so we have
prevent
three transformations. Do you think Allie was seeing the worm too? Is that why she screamed?
Too early to rule anything out. What we need to do is we need to get out of this place. So we need to finish figuring out what the issue is. Geppa and I, we've come up with a color sequence, and we found a key. The problem is the key is already opened up the panel that caused Genevieve to go mad. So
Geppa,
that was a waste of time.
as Hugo is mentioning that to solve the puzzles, Rafa, who's sitting on the bed next to you now, just reaches out, grabs hold of Geppa's clothes to get his attention, and he pulls a second clue out
I'll
of his
open up.
pocket that he found.
Oh, okay. I was gonna open up mine like with him, but
This is another piece of scrap paper, and he hands it over.
Mhm.
And it reads, "Looking within for knowledge is futile. Looking behind knowledge shall avail you."
Behind the bookshelf.
Behind the bookshelf. All right. Yvette, Genevieve, you stay here with Thenance and the others.
Okay. Thenance, can you tell me more about this worm?
When you match
Everyone else,
notes,
let's go.
he's
There
had
you
almost the exact same vision. The only difference is his crimes are much different than yours.
Where's Leo
She
in all
doesn't
this?
divulge on that. She just wants to know about what was similar.
Where's Leo? Leo is like Leo. At some point, Leo slipped out. He's like walking around the halls.
He orbiting
looking
the
for
house.
Alex.
Ellen points at, not for
Leo.
nothing, but if we were still like doing the real thing at this point, we would be calling you guys down for dinner, if that matters.
Were you going to poison the dinner this time?
No, because by now, like, usually the people have solved the thing, so it's kind of like a victory kind of thing, and there's like a cake that comes out, and if you got all the puzzles and solved everything, like, the cake says, like, congratulations, and if you didn't, it goes, boo, try again, or something like that, again, next time. Like, anyway, I
we
didn't
have
have time to do any of that.
And so we don't have a cake, is what you're saying.
No, there's no cake.
God damn it.
Wait, how does the staff get in and out? Can't we just go out that way?
She said, no, there's no in and out. It's like the two of us are in here with you guys.
Not for
Contained, yeah.
not for nothing, but the fact that there is no like safety escape in this is
Mhm.
not DOSHA certified.
Correct. Yeah, there's...
Yeah, so, Hugo, Ellen, let's go down to the library.
Okay.
You are Hugo. We're going.
Or Leo. Yeah, Leo and Ellen, let's go down to the library.
What are you doing in the library?
Try the books in the same order you did the billiard balls.
You arrange the books in that order. Nothing special happens.
Hugo pulls all of them out, and then he goes, like, he starts pulling on the bookshelf itself.
Yeah, Alister's going to help with that.
So you want to try to pull the bookshelf away from the wall?
Yeah.
Destroy the set. Destroy the set.
Yeah, we're done. Shortcut that.
Okay. So you guys are first thing you have to do is like pull all the fake books off and pile them up, and then try to work the...
Yeah.
Okay. When
Yeah,
you
that's
do
fine.
that, you hear whether it's a sickening or satisfying break, I guess depends on your mental fortitude at the moment, but part of the mechanism that was supposed to make the puzzle work snaps, and when it does, the panel slides away. It would have been a panel in front of the wall, visible if all of the colored books had been removed.
I swear we did that at some point.
Somebody knocked on it, but they rolled really low on
yeah,
their
that's what we-
investigation.
Yeah, that's
that
right.
was
Yeah.
that's very
Yeah,
low
that was
roll.
Hugo. That was very Hugo.
And bear
Yeah,
with me
Hugo-
just a second.
Yeah.
Inside is what looks like a diary. The front of the diary has the 11 colors that you've seen arranged in a... did I get my clues mixed up here? Hold on, let me make sure I'm giving the right clue. Even though it doesn't matter, I want to make sure I'm giving the right clue. No, the pattern is just ornamental. It's not... Most of the diary is empty, but there's one page that bears this poem. A drawer bears a lock of old, not swayed by silver, brass, or gold. But ask it nicely, voice serene, it clicks ajar, polite and keen. I'll post that in the chat.
Hugo rolls his eyes.
Oh, we're back on track, you guys. Well done.
More
And
freaking
then-
asking for a key.
No. Follow with me.
Hugo.
Follow me, everyone.
You read this poem and you roll your eyes. When you look up, you realize you're looking into the only mirror you've seen in the house since you arrived.
Mirror!
Break it.
Wait, what? No.
It's set up in the back of this space behind the bookshelf.
Wait, put the book in and see if the book like shows anything in the mirror. Maybe the white crayon only appears in the mirror. Try the blank page.
What was the clue that we had with the mirror before?
I think we were trying to put something together with the cockatrice.
Well, the mirror you're
Trying to
seeing
mirror
in
the
there can be removed from this place and carried around. You can
Oh,
take it out of the. It's a prop, in other
Yeah,
words.
Hugo takes that mirror down then and tucks it under his arm. He says, "Okay, now everyone follow me, and we can be extremely disappointed in ourselves."
I'm going to confirm at this time that you have found everything worth finding in the house.
So yeah, no, Hugo will walk into this room and up to the drawer that he found at the beginning of the first night, and he says, "Would you please open?"
And it unlocks and it opens up.
Oh my God! Air's fucking shadow. I beg your pardon.
You beg pardon, and it opens again.
Oh my god.
Hugo
That's good.
slams the door shut and then heads back upstairs.
What's in the drawer?
You guys
Oh,
opened it forever
Hugo-
ago.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, we had already found
yeah,
the clue
yeah,
out of it.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah,
It was the
tried
was
to
it the
pick it
field
up.
guide? It was the field guide.
yeah.
Yeah, it was that field guide.
Is there anything we haven't solved?
We haven't solved what to do with the field guide. I don't think.
We also
haven't.
have a quick- what the hell
We
do
still
We
have
also have
Eastless.
we have Eastless and this mirror.
We also
So
have the crayons.
if we're not trusting the backwards man, he had a note that said Eastless. Does that mean Westmore? Is that a name? We were missing a name, weren't we?
The Triceratops statue is the only trophy in the house that was not specifically named.
Right.
Is the name of the Triceratops Westmore?
Are you asking Ellen?
Was that in the hunting log?
Yeah.
In the hunting log, every single time the Triceratops was mentioned by name, it was scratched out, so you couldn't read it in a
was
different
blotted,
color.
Yeah.
So what I'm thinking is going on here, and we don't have a way to test this because we broke the mechanism. But I think what you're supposed to do is write the Triceratops' name in the books and put them back on the shelf.
What's the first letter of each color?
In the proper order.
Well, I mean, in the order that they're scribbled out. Can you make a name out of these? There's not enough vowels, are there? Sorry, I'm going full blueprints here.
Can you spell Westmore in the colors?
No,
Okay.
not from first letters.
No. Hugo,
There aren't any
just
S's in here at all, are there?
just off the off chance that Hugo walks into this room and sets the mirror against the wall in front of the cockatrice.
I think the cockatrice was actually outside here, wasn't it? No, you're right. It's in this room.
It's
Yeah, you
inside.
hold the mirror up to the cockatrice, and it's an
Oh, I never
ugly
even saw
monster.
this.
There's like a nine-tailed fox. It looks like.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, so much for that. Hugo props the mirror up against the wall next to very carefully.
Okay.
And he says, "So much for that." So yeah, no, Westmore. You think that's the? Do we need to? Is that the name of the, do we think that's the name of the Triceratops?
The thing is like it's kind of moot because we're missing a critical clue, right? Like we already know that. Because somebody's an asshole.
You're blaming Ellen for this?
Whose fault is it, Brickroad?
Now, I'm a neutral observer.
Yeah, Ellen, do you have any idea what you switched out?
No, it was just one of the props, and she points to you guys are holding notes and folded paper, like one of those. I don't know which one. And then Krista, like, set it up, and I thought that would break the game, and then Geppa would look stupid.
So what did she
Man, I
do?
do
She,
look pretty
like,
stupid if that helps.
did she like take the did she swap them?
She
Like,
swapped
she didn't,
one
like-
with a different version of the game that has a different solution and a different path of. Like if there's an A version and a B version of the same house, she put the B version of the clue into yours, is what she's saying.
Okay. You didn't read it at all.
No, I didn't think it would matter. I just thought it would mess whatever it is up.
So we've been operating under a false clue.
Yeah. Does your whole family operate like this?
She's like, she
Genevieve says under her
She
breath.
starts-
"I
Answer is
hope
yes.
not."
she starts to get defensive. And then she crosses her arms in a huff and turns away from you.
Let's not start fighting now because we still need to get the hell out of here. Okay. And as McDohl sets down his Rubik's Cube.
Yeah. Dude, have you seen I gotta show you my TyrMcDohl that I got.
I saw it. I saw you post the link to the shopping.
It's baller. I've sold it 4 times. It's awesome.
It's cuber. It's the opposite of a ball.
Raz, I
Or is it a
swear to
ball?
God, I will climb through this microphone right now.
All right. So let's go take a closer look at the plaque to the Triceratops downstairs.
Okay.
Mhm.
And it's all of the trophies have plaques. This is the only one that does not name the creature by name. In fact, it's a little plaque that has like a little paragraph written out that summarizes that the creature could not be hunted with conventional means. And so they turned to outwardly forces of the shadow.
Hello, Westmore, he says very clearly.
What are you doing when you say that?
Hugo's just kind of standing there, like, shoulders back.
Okay.
Genevieve rotates him 90 degrees to the right, so he's facing west, presumably.
Genevieve, give me a perception check. Actually, give me a wisdom check instead. Geppa, you can give me a wisdom check too if you're standing there watching Hugo do this.
Wisdom 4.
Oh, hey, I got a good number. That's a wisdom of 17.
Okay. Hugo, you have a clue that mentions a mirror.
I do, the poem. It's the one of the clues that I did not write down
I'll post
Oh,
it
here
for
we
you.
go.
in my notebook.
Does Raz have it?
I was once worn with beating heart, but now in stillness play my part. A mirror hides what you must see. Speak my name to set you free. And then all the lights go out.
Right.
Well, the lights don't go out
Yep.
this time.
Okay.
I hope not.
I'll be
We've had enough.
back in a
Fight.
flash. Hugo goes back upstairs,
Yep.
carefully picks up the mirror from leaning against the wall. I think we're about to get out of here, everybody. And comes back downstairs.
Okay.
All right. So Wes. So what are you thinking, Genevieve?
I'm thinking about apologies and
Geppa, what are you thinking
an
about?
alley.
I think we have to. I think it's east, but boy, I'm having a hard time keeping track.
Oh. All right.
Well, first of all,
The first one of the first clues we found is that trust not the backwards man. We found that backwards man with a clue in his pocket. It's
I think
Genevieve.
Westmore is the right one.
well, shine the mirror, like point the mirror at the Triceratops.
Yep.
I'm gonna look in the mirror.
Yeah, he does.
When you hold the mirror up to
the-
the Triceratops and look into it, in the mirror, it does not appear to be a creature of stone, but a creature of flesh and blood.
Okay. I'm gonna address the creature and say, "Hello, Westmore."
And then the stone creature in the room, the stone cracks and falls away. And for a moment, you see a visage of the creature as it once was, majestic, muscular, terrible, and enormous. Lifts its head up
Roll initiative.
and it roars in this celebratory manner, and then lays down into a more comfortable position on the ground. And when it does, you hear a click behind you, and the door reappears.
Oh, thank goodness. It's not going to attack us.
Now, great. You guys get it out. I'm gonna go look for Allie.
Yeah, Alister will go upstairs and start helping people upstairs,
Yeah.
downstairs to the
Hugo,
door.
yeah,
Okay.
yeah,
Start
yeah.
there.
You
Leo,
bet. Help me get them out.
Yeah.
when you go back into the sitting room, you find Allie hunched on one of the chairs, wrapped in this cloak and the quilt that she had, weeping bitterly.
Oh,
Alister will
thank
try
God.
to comfort her.
No,
She looks up.
I
She
thought
says-
you were going to.
Oh, you're in the sitting room. Sorry.
Yeah.
Yeah, she's in the sitting room. That's where she and Leo have been sleeping.
Okay.
So what do you say to her?
I just walk over and put my hand on her shoulder and ask her. I said, and tell her I'm sorry that happened.
And she insists that she has no memory of what happened. She cannot recall having done anything to anybody.
He goes, okay. If you want to talk about it later, let me know.
She grabs hold of your shirt and kind of glares angrily at you. Her makeup's all run down her face. She's been crying. She says, when you find out who did this, we'll feed them to the worm.
Excuse me? What worm?
And she resumes weeping without answering or clarifying. Also, the back door in the dining room is back. And the windows.
I'm going to stick my head out and ask Geppa to please just give me 10 minutes and then get the come in and if you would collect the bags from the room in here in 10 minutes. And I'm going to scoop Allie up and then kick her out the back door.
Okay. Are you going to get her
I'm
dressed
just gonna
first?
I mean, if she'll let me,
Okay.
I'll turn my back and let her get dressed.
Okay.
And then when all that's done, I'm gonna take her to her room.
So,
And then,
So are you able to walk under your own power?
who are you asking?
Rafa.
Oh, Ref is not there anymore. At
Yeah.
some moment when everybody's back was turned, he pieced out.
Son of a. All right, then Hugo will pick up Krista's body and.
And she starts to stir and kind of come to as you go to pick her up.
Yeah. Are you back with us?
What the?
Hugo starts walking.
The last thing she remembers is hearing this terrible shrieking sound. And as she starts talking about some dream she had where she's been seeing a worm chasing her through these tunnels.
We'll need to come up with a support group later. Right now, we need to get out of here.
Not that any of you care. But the
I
last
care.
two pieces of the puzzle here. The billiard balls needed to be sunk in the pockets in the same order as the marks appeared in the field journal. Yellow, blue, red, purple, orange, green, maroon, pink, tan, black. The last page of the field journal had a note written in white, which you guys found every single... you tried to find invisible ink in every book, every canvas, everything except the field journal that says, I have seen him only walking away and only in the space between rooms.
Oh, it's where the backwards man is.
Yeah, it was just a clue on
Backwards man.
where to find the backwards man.
No, it was a fun little puzzle. I liked
Ellen
it.
tried to sabotage the game, but Krista, being the consummate professional, double-checked the notes at the end and realized she had the wrong clue in her hand, and so set the game right, despite Ellen's intentions. So you guys thought you had a broken game, but actually the game was working fine, and it was you that was broken.
Oh, that makes
As it
sense.
should
That
be,
I'm.
right?
Yeah, no, I'm always broken, so it's fine.
I think we did okay.
I mean, we got it. We got it done just after dinner time in here, so it's got to be worth something, right?
On a scale of 1 to 10, how long is it going to take before anybody realizes that Alister and Geppa were behind all of this? You guys are dorm mates. You know each other really well. You know your proclivities.
I
Jen
mean,
has some
Alister ain't gonna steal shit.
suspicions.
Leo just doesn't have the mindset to like suspect people.
Okay.
So, like one.
Hugo would probably suspect Alister because he's seen because he remembers like Geppa's clothing vanishing.
Mhm.
Yeah, it's not like it's the first time it's happened.
I would
Yeah.
think that at some point between Geppa and Genevieve talking to each other, Geppa would maybe let slip about it.
And then
Like,
he
I
just
think Geppa would. But I don't know.
Leo has expressed like swift vengeance upon the perpetrators.
Hugo
he thinks that
Hugo
was-
would Hugo would catch Alister alone at some point and say, I will keep your secret, but if you ever do anything like that again, cracks knuckles.
Feed him to the worm.
Yeah, Alistair just pleads ignorance. Like, as far as Alistair's concerned, the house covered for him. Like, all the shit that was transforming in there.
I know that you pranked her.
Mm-hmm.
Can't prove it, but I know you did. Just never do that. Never do anything like that again.
In a way, the whole adventure was Alistair's fault.
But it was fun.
You're welcome.
I want to know about this purple. It's not purple worm, I guess. Whenever I hear worm in D&D, I think purple worm.
Over the course of the
I
next
wanna
few
know
days, everybody go ahead
more
and
about that.
take the benefits of the long rest. So we can come in fresh and clean in the next session when we're going to get back to doing like actual D&D stuff with like monsters and treasure and whatever.
Just treasure.
Genevieve, it takes a few days for these feelings of the guilt and this intense drive to seek justice to finally dissipate. It's a few sleep cycles before you finally wake up feeling entirely like yourself again.
What Genevieve's going to do, so there's two things she's going to do. The first is she's going to write a letter to her mother,
Mhm.
Apologizing for the destruction of the bellows that... What did I write when I sent that message to you? It caused financial grief, financial strain.
Caused financial strain for her family. She never confessed to it, nor was she caught.
Yeah. Like, they thought somebody had broken in. So she confesses to that and apologizes and says that, like, the university life has taught her a lot, and it's taught her to be more honest with her feelings, and et cetera, et cetera. So maybe she's grown from this, so hooray. The second thing she does is the instant she wakes up, she has a book right next to her, she starts drawing the worm. And she's going to just compare her sketches every day and see, like... And then she's going to try and bring it to Thennance and be like, is this what you saw? What is it?
Therapy.
Yeah.
Hold that thought.
I think
for
she
one
bounces
second.
back pretty quickly. Like she's back to normal. But she's going to take some very off-the-wall approaches to, like, figuring out what's going on.
Thennance is like ruined for the rest of his life. He starts
Yeah.
a worm cult.
The night after Hugo will apologize to Elegant Sumai for ostensibly ruining an experience for her, even though it's something she's already done.
She's actually impressed with how you handled yourself, because at any point you could have just turned to her and say, hey, everything's gone pear-shaped. We need to get out of here. Do you know what the solution is? And she would have...
Fuck!
I actually did think about that at one point when I was in the room with her.
Yeah, she was...
But I didn't want to do that for some reason.
She thinks a lesser man would have availed himself of that easy out, but that's not what Hugo did, and she's very impressed.
Oh, I mean,
Hugo was 100% out to impress her.
I didn't talk to Elegant Sumai, but I immediately was like, emergency, and like tried to pick both locks. Like, that wasn't intended, but... Or having Alister create the hammer over here, like, these were just things that they slipped the player's mind, I guess, more than Genevieve there.
Okay, give me a second. I'm doing some quick
Hugo,
Googling here.
And he will also request to her personal guard to please release me from this magic.
Oh, I was going to dispel that for you, but you never told me you had it, so.
Oh yeah, no, her guards absolutely release you, and her guards are also impressed when if you reveal to them like I mean, Sumai would if you don't, like the actual danger that took place, and Hugo remained stoic the whole time.
So, Brick, I have a question.
Yeah.
First off, can Hugo get a relationship point with Sumai for that whole thing?
No, we can take a downtime action next time you guys have downtime actions to take.
Okay. I was going to ask since we spent that whole thing with our freaking companions doing stuff.
Would that put her at 3? Would I have to come up with a stat block for her?
Not yet, I think. Let me double check. I have to go to another tab.
Genevieve.
Why?
Drawing this worm. Something's wrong. You've got pages of, you sketch it out, you scribble it out. It's not right. You sketch it out again, you scribble it out. You've got the word worm written in a variety of language and glyphs. And one morning you wake up, and like I said, you feel more like yourself again. You no longer feel this intense guilt for your own crime, and you no longer feel this intent drive to seek justice for something else that's been done. And you look through your notes, back through all your pages, we've got the word worm written. And without knowing why, with your quill, you scratch out the O and write in a Y. And then suddenly you realize that's correct.
It's a worm, not a worm.
What do you have me with Elegant Spy?
I've got you at a 1.
Okay, then.
And we're gonna do downtime next week, and do like a real adventure again.
Alister just wants to know what Yvette thought of the prank, since she was the one who really wanted it done.
If it was Yvette's original,
Yvette was in on it. Huh?
It wasn't her original idea to prank her, but she kept mum the whole time. And as far as you can tell, she feels very guilty for how far it went, but she's also very content to just not mention it again. Like, clearly something very bad happened, but if something very bad had to happen, like, she's glad it happened to Allie, who deserves it. But she probably will not be pranking anyone like that again in the near future.
Because she was the one who said, yeah, I'll come with you, but we have to prank the shit out of Allie.
No, it was her idea originally.
Yeah.
Yeah, Alister just wants to know if she enjoyed it. Was it everything she hoped it would be?
Like, the game was fun, and the food was good, but the whole thing with Allie went really the wrong direction.
I mean, no one thought she was a banshee.
She broke everybody's brain.
Yeah, didn't see that one coming.
Okay.
Break con proficiency.
You guys want some blips or what?
Yeah. Sure.
Why don't you think about some blips for a minute? I'm going to step away and refresh my drink, and also greet my wife who got home 2 hours ago and I haven't seen her, and I'll be right back.
Who's most creative today?
Weird ball thing, maybe?
I'm gonna get gut reaction. Who solved most of the puzzles?
Oh, it was everybody.
Yeah, I don't know about that one.
I don't think that we can pin one person to that.
Mm-hmm.
I want to blip for the prank, but I don't know where that falls.
Oh, for sure. Creative. Like, it was a pretty creative prank.
Yeah, we can.
I was actually going for intangibles for having a prank that breaks everyone's brain.
Intangibles.
But yeah, like creative further party goals is I don't know who solved all the puzzles. Like the billiard one, the trying stuff with the books. Like the invisible stuff with the crayon was good, but if I'm getting one for the prank, I don't want to second
we all pitched into all of those. I don't think we can really go for the puzzles.
Yeah.
Like I lockpicked things to break the puzzles. I mean,
I'll give you one for badass for taking a worm to the face.
I'm not really sure what you mean by that.
It's falling out of the fucking loft.
Can I put myself forward for furthering the party's goals for when the shit hit the fan? Hugo took charge and
yeah.
You
could do that for badass too.
Barking orders.
Yeah, we do it for badass.
I don't know how to
That's
spell
why I don't want this done.
exemplary, apparently. Leadership. Okay.
All right, so creative and so we're gonna give McDohl badass, who's creative and who's for third party goals.
Uh,
Oh, I put McDohl under party goals.
Okay, who's badass then?
And what's the title of this week's episode?
The Scream.
Yeah, I like that. The Scream. The Scream is that's
That's
really
Scream, yeah.
good. Who is the
Does
badass?
anybody have a theory for what happened to Allie?
she's possessed.
Carrie. Somebody who's been reading Stephen King lately.
Are we invoking some carry up in here?
I think she's
We need
possessed.
pig's blood for that.
Ah. Well, naked is also like effective.
I'm gonna say intangibles. Leo just did not give up the search for Allie.
Yeah, I agree
Sorry,
with
because we haven't finished this, and I still don't have a badass.
Leo is the best pet that Allie's ever had.
I don't know what Geppa or Genevieve did that was badass.
Leo is not.
I mean,
her pet.
Geppa could be a badass pool shark someday.
So who wants to do
Yeah,
some character
let's
blips to
just
start with?
I
I
can
can
go
go.
for character blips.
Alister, you got a lot of explaining to do.
Listen, my chaotic good alignment of a good deed is its own reward is for healing people after the Banshee Scream.
Right. The Banshee Scream, that was your fault.
The ideal, the glass is always half full. Well, if you can't pick a lock, don't worry about it. I have Dispel Magic.
Okay.
And the flaw is, I just wanted to help show that the Empress has no clothes.
The Lost Saran, Alister.
Yeah, I noticed.
that. There is a lot of Syrah and Alister.
Who wants to go next?
Sure.
I can go.
I heard Genevieve next.
Alignment can't good. Everything has an explanation. I bet I can figure it out. For having Boswick trace the path from the unused bell to its pull string.
Mm-hmm.
Ideal, what would Eugenia Veritas do? For staying up late to keep exploring rooms after everyone went to bed.
Okay.
And then flaw, this wasn't what was supposed to be on the exam. She wasn't prepared to recall her guiltiest memory. And then suddenly be consumed with, like, more threads to pull.
Okay. Do you keep Boswick in his new form, or do you revert him back to what he was?
Hybrid, actually. So I assume Boswick would change back to normal. But his helmet's going to have a few more horns on it, because it makes him look cool.
Okay. Leo, you got some blaps you want to claim?
Yeah, lawful good. Everyone has a place and purpose. Leo is very upset about the nature of the events, and part of the reason why I'm just kind of like Leo. First of all, Leo doesn't have the capacity to suspect his friends, but also if he found out, he probably he'd have to leave the campaign.
So Leo can never find out.
Basically, like
Yeah.
that was a act of like just across the line.
Mm-hmm.
And my ideal, I might fail, but I'll never give up. He really did never stop. Like his entire like focus, he kept getting pulled into the like they kept pulling him back into like let's solve the puzzle so we can get out. But like he kept trying to walk away and get putting back. Like I gotta go find Allie and make
Yeah.
sure she's okay. And then my flaw, only one of us could be the best, and it's clearly me. Like like I spent the entire before the prank, like needling Allie about winning.
Mm-hmm.
Just trying to, keep her focused on. Yeah.
Oh, and Genevieve, I'm going to give you the blip for making a bingo
Trade
card
win.
for trade wins. So for next week, I'll make
Where
sure I
could
have.
he be?
I'll make sure I have that in a state that I can like load it on the table and show people.
Yeah. And I expect that nobody will play it, and that's okay. It was a fun afternoon.
What does Geppa have for me today?
So I've got my ideal. When I set my sights on something, nothing can stop me from brute forcing the billiards puzzle.
Right.
I've got my alignment, chaotic neutral. Why shouldn't I do what I want for when I can? For breaking Jen's brain with, can you use your lockpicks to pick a piano because it has keys?
Okay.
That was fantastic.
I've got my flaw. When I'm bored, watch out, and I'm easily bored for telling Alister to just make him a fucking mirror so he could search the house with it.
Okay.
And I've got
That
my
was
bane
funny.
for Ellen messing with the puzzles to try and fuck us over.
She was supposed to make you guys dinner, and she didn't. Like,
Yep. Or a
that-
cake.
Also
That's the
the-
part
or
I'm
a
upset
cake,
about.
yeah.
No cake.
Yeah, we missed cake.
Can Ellen make us a cake after the fact?
The cake is in fact alive.
Well, in theory, you guys still had one more night in the house to like relax and celebrate, and tomorrow you'd have breakfast, and then you'd be kicked out.
I don't know if there was much cause for celebration after that. I think we
Hugo,
all just were like,
What do you have
"Thank
for
you."
me?
Sir, I have my alignment neutral good. Just be excellent to your fellow man for calling for order in arguments between Ellie and Leo.
Mhm.
Because they were like they were starting to snipe at each other, and he's like, okay, let's dial that back. And
They've been married for 40
And
years
focus
at this
back.
point. It's strange.
Leo and Ellen?
or Ellen, yeah. I forget. We were in the sitting room at some point, and two people were arguing.
they were
It
sniping.
was- yeah, there was sniping happening, and
Sure.
it was like, okay, Hugo was like, nope, okay, let's dial that back. We have time to yell at each other when we're not in mortal peril.
Okay.
I have my ideal, kind of in the similar vein. The Peace Tower one must be preserved for giving it for basically buying into the illusion until the crisis started, and then he's like, okay, we're going into soldier mode now.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
And his ideal, I'm the biggest market for Nisco for not realizing Alister's vanishing clothes prank until after getting out of the escape house.
Okay. And who had the most creative
Wait a
solution to a
minute.
problem this session?
Alister for the prank.
Yeah, we said Alister's prank on Allie basically set up the entire episode.
So I did have a separate event planned to trigger that I'm just going to use later now.
Right.
Yeah.
I think Destil
Good.
and I were wondering, like, when is this gonna happen? Because it should have happened already.
Oh yeah, I had a specific. 'Cause I had to write it into the story. Because remember, I wasn't planning for Ellen to be here either. I had some work to do on this adventure that I thought was done already.
Audible the end call there. Congratulations, Brickroad.
Who did the most to further the party's goals this week?
We said that was Hugo for displaying exemplary leadership when shit hit the fan.
Yeah. And who was the badass?
I have written down Geppa looks real good with a pool cue, I guess. I don't know if we wanted to do that.
Yeah, it's either a Geppa or Genevieve.
I mean, I think the Star Wars kid one I'll take.
I already got a bingo card credit, so I'm
I'll
fine
take
with
one for the Star Wars kid moment.
Okay,
yeah.
Star Wars kid.
And who was intangible?
He did say he was gonna play with the pool skew like a lightsaber. So
Yeah.
Who was
And then
intangible?
intangibles, we said Leo never giving up the search for Allie.
Okay. So we're level 5. Blips are worth 250. 250. Everybody had 6 blips coming into the session, so whatever you earned, you're rolling over. So Geppa, you're rolling over 5. Everyone else is rolling over 4.
1,000.
What are they worth? 250?
250.
250.
And when we come back
Pretty easy math.
next week, maybe we'll play some D&D for a change.
I mean, we could.
Actually,
We
yeah, we're good. That's it. Thanks so much for playing, guys. I'll see everybody next week.
Yep, thank
See
you for
ya.
running.
Later.